Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studio. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was summoned by Gringotts at age 5 and claimed the Lordship of Potter and Black. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Summons. The goblins arrived at 7:43 in the morning, between Petunia Dursley's second cup of tea and her third reminder to Dudley that he needed to finish his eggs before they went cold. There was no warning. No crack of apparition, no shimmer of magic, no theatrical flash of light. One moment the kitchen of number 4, Privet Drive contained exactly what it was supposed to: one horse-faced woman, one walrus-shaped man, one pig-like boy, and one small shadow trying to make himself invisible in the corner, and the next moment it contained 4 armored goblins and a very irritated cursebreaker holding a writ sealed in blood-red wax. Petunia screamed. Vernon choked on his bacon. Dudley fell off his chair. Harry, who had learned very early that drawing attention during moments of chaos only made things worse, pressed himself further into the corner where he'd been scrubbing the baseboards and watched. The lead goblin was perhaps 3.5 feet tall, though the armor added another inch. His skin was the color of old leather, weathered and creased, and his eyes were solid black from corner to corner. When he smiled, which he did now, revealing teeth that were just slightly too sharp, it wasn't a friendly expression. "Vernon Dursley," the goblin said. His voice was like stones grinding together. "Petunia Dursley née Evans. You are hereby served notice under Article 17 of the Treaty of 1612, the Inheritance Compact of 1743, and the Gringotts Sovereignty Amendment of 1901. Vernon had gone an alarming shade of purple. "Now see here, I have not finished speaking." The words weren't loud. They didn't need to be. Something in the goblin's tone made Vernon's mouth snap shut with an audible click. "You have in your residence one Harry James Potter, minor heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter and, through blood connection, potential claimant to the ancient and most noble house of Black." The goblin's black eyes swept the kitchen, passing over the cowering Dursleys, the remains of breakfast, the pile of dishes in the sink, and stopped on the small boy crouched in the corner with a scrub brush clutched in his hands. "There he is," the goblin said softly. "Merlin's bones. There he is." Harry didn't understand most of what happened next. He understood that the large goblin, Griphook, he'd said his name was, wanted him to come with them. He understood that Uncle Vernon's shouting wasn't working the way it usually did. He understood that Aunt Petunia had gone very white and very still, her teacup trembling in her hands. He understood that he was afraid. "The boy stays here," Vernon was saying, his voice getting louder with each word. "He's our responsibility, our burden to bear, and you can't just waltz in here and, the Treaty of 1612 supersedes all mundane and magical authority in matters of inheritance." Griphook hadn't raised his voice once. He didn't need to. "Your Ministry of Magic cannot prevent us. Your Muggle police cannot prevent us. You, Mr. Dursley, most certainly cannot prevent us. But he's just a boy. He's 5 years old. He is the last of his line." Griphook's black eyes found Harry again, and something in them shifted. Not quite softening, Harry didn't think goblins softened, but changing. "Which, I suspect, you knew. Which is why certain interested parties placed monitoring wards on your household. And which is why those wards triggered our audit when we detected." He paused. "Irregularities." Petunia's teacup shattered on the floor. "Irregularities," Griphook repeated, very quietly. "In the standard of care provided to an heir of an ancient house." Vernon lunged forward, his finger jabbing toward the goblin. "Now you listen here, you little." 2 of the armored goblins moved. Harry didn't see exactly what they did, but suddenly Uncle Vernon was on the floor making a sound like a stepped-on cat, and the goblins were back in their original positions as if they'd never moved at all. "We are removing the child," Griphook said. We are doing so under treaty law that your ministry ratified 3 centuries ago and has never had the courage to challenge. We are not asking permission. We are informing you, as a courtesy, because our laws require it. He paused. Our laws do not require us to be gentle about it. Aunt Petunia moved. Not toward Harry, toward the hallway, toward the cupboard under the stairs, her hand outstretched as if to block the door. Griphook's expression didn't change, but his voice dropped to something cold and terrible. Ah. So that's where you've been keeping him. The cupboard door opened with a click. Harry watched from across the room as the goblins examined his space, the small mattress on the floor, the broken toys Dudley had thrown away, the single thin blanket, the drawings Harry had made on the walls when he was younger before he'd learned better. One of the armored goblins made a sound low in his throat. Another said something in a language Harry didn't understand, full of harsh consonants and grinding syllables. Griphook turned to look at the Dursleys. The treaty, he said, allows us to claim the heir. It does not require us to leave his guardians intact. I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that what happens next is a choice I am making, not a constraint I am bound by. Petunia was crying now, silent tears streaming down her face. Vernon was still on the floor, gasping. You will not be punished today, Griphook continued. Not by us. Our interest is in the child, not in vengeance. But Gringotts has a long memory, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. And we do not forget. He turned away from them, dismissing them entirely, and walked toward Harry. Harry didn't back away. He wanted to. Every instinct he'd developed in 5 years of survival told him to run, to hide, to make himself small and invisible and not worth noticing. But something else, something deeper, kept his feet rooted to the spot. Griphook stopped 3 feet away and, with a grunt of effort that suggested his armor was heavier than it looked, lowered himself to one knee. Harry Potter, he said. I am Griphook, Senior Account Manager of Gringotts Bank and representative of the Goblin Nation in matters of inheritance. Do you know who you are? Harry blinked. I'm Harry. Yes. But do you know who your parents were? My parents died in a car crash. They were drunks. Something in Griphook's face twitched. Behind him, one of the armored goblins muttered something vicious. No, Griphook said. They were not. Your father was Lord James Charles Potter, head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, and one of the finest wizards of his generation. Your mother was Lady Lily Potter née Evans, a Muggle-born witch of extraordinary power and intelligence. They died protecting you from a dark wizard who wanted you dead. They were heroes, Harry Potter. And you are their heir. Harry stared at him. Magic. Wizards. Heirs. Part of him wanted to laugh, to insist this was a joke or a trick or some elaborate game the adults were playing. That part of him sounded like Uncle Vernon. But another part of him, the part that had made strange things happen when he was upset, the part that had once ended up on the school roof without knowing how, the part that had always known he was different, that part believed. I'm a wizard, he whispered. Griphook's mouth curved into something that was almost a smile. You are the wizard. Or one of them, at least. And it's time you learned what that means. He held out his hand. His palm was calloused and weathered, but his grip was gentle when Harry took it. Come with us, Harry Potter. There's much to discuss. The journey to Gringotts was the most extraordinary experience of Harry's short life. They didn't walk out the front door. They didn't need to. Griphook produced a small stone disc from somewhere in his armor, held it up, and spoke 3 words in that harsh goblin language. Reality twisted. Harry felt like he was being squeezed through a tube, compressed in every direction at once, and then suddenly he was somewhere else entirely. They stood in a vast hall carved from living rock. The ceiling was so high it vanished into shadow, and the walls were lined with doors of every size and description, some barely large enough for a goblin, others massive enough for a dragon. Torches burned in brackets along the walls, but they weren't orange like normal fire. They were pale blue, casting everything in cold, sharp light. Welcome to Gringotts, Griphook said. The receiving hull. We'll take the carts from here. Carts. Harry's question was answered a moment later when Griphook led him through one of the medium-sized doors and onto a platform overlooking an enormous cavern. Tracks ran along the walls and ceiling, crossing and intersecting in patterns that made Harry dizzy to follow. And on the tracks, those are mine carts, Harry said. Of a sort. Griphook was already climbing into one of them, a sleek metal vehicle that looked far too small to hold all of them comfortably. Get in. The inheritance chamber is deep. We have far to go. The ride was terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. The cart didn't just roll along the tracks, it flew, swooping and diving and corkscrewing through tunnels that seemed to stretch forever. Harry's stomach dropped as they plummeted down shafts that opened into vast underground lakes. His heart leaped into his throat as they raced along tracks carved into the sides of cliffs that fell away into darkness below. And through it all, he couldn't stop smiling. This was magic. This was real. All those times Uncle Vernon had told him there was no such thing as magic, no such thing as freaks and weirdos, no explanation for the strange things that happened around Harry, all lies. Magic was real, and Harry was a wizard, and nothing was ever going to be the same. The cart finally slowed in front of a door unlike any of the others they'd passed. It was gold, real gold, Harry thought, not just painted, and covered in symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when he looked at them directly. 2 stone statues flanked the entrance, goblins carved in battle armor with axes raised and faces frozen in expressions of eternal vigilance. The Chamber of Inheritance, Griphook said, climbing out of the cart. This is where all claims are made and tested. Where bloodlines are verified and lordships bestowed. He looked at Harry. This is where you will discover who you truly are. Harry's legs were unsteady as he followed Griphook through the golden door. The chamber beyond was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, with a domed ceiling painted with constellations Harry didn't recognize. The floor was polished black stone so smooth it reflected like a mirror. In the center of the room, on a raised dais, sat a stone pedestal with 2 objects resting on its surface. Rings. 2 of them. One was gold, set with a ruby that seemed to contain flickering fire. The other was silver, set with a black stone that absorbed the light around it. The lordship rings of House Potter and House Black, Griphook said. Your birthright. Harry approached the dais slowly, drawn forward by something he couldn't explain. The ring seemed to pulse as he got closer, responding to his presence. I don't understand, he said. You said I might be the heir to both houses. But I'm Harry Potter. Why would I be heir to the Blacks? Your grandmother was Doria Black, daughter of Cygnus Black too. Through her, you carry black blood. Griphook moved to stand beside the dais. More importantly, the Black family has suffered attrition in recent years. Deaths. Imprisonments. Disownments. The line has narrowed to a point where you are the only viable heir remaining. But I'm just a kid. Age is irrelevant to magic. Either your blood calls to the rings, or it does not. Griphook's black eyes were unreadable. I should warn you, however, that claiming both houses is not simple. The Potter ring will accept you, it has no other option. But the Black ring is more discerning. It will test you, judge you, determine if you are worthy to carry the name. And if I'm not worthy? Then you will claim only the Potter lordship, and the Black line will pass to the next viable heir when one becomes available. Harry looked at the rings again. The ruby in the Potter ring was warm and welcoming, promising safety and belonging. The black stone in the Black ring was cold and challenging, daring him to try. What happens if I don't claim either of them? Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then you forfeit your birthright. The Potter fortune goes to the ministry. The Black fortune goes to interested parties. And you, Harry Potter, return to that cupboard and that life and those people, with no protection and no legacy. Harry thought about that. He thought about the cupboard, the hunger, the bruises hidden under too large clothes. He thought about Uncle Vernon's shouting and Aunt Petunia's pinches and Dudley's fists. He thought about being nobody. "I want to claim them," he said. "Both of them." Griphook nodded, as if he'd expected nothing less. "Then step forward and place your hands on the rings. The Potter ring first, it will anchor you for what comes next." Harry climbed the 3 steps to the top of the dais and reached for the golden ring. The moment his fingers touched it, the world caught fire. Not literal fire, Harry understood that instinctively, even as every nerve in his body screamed otherwise. This was magical fire, burning through his blood, his bones, his very soul. It hurt and it healed at the same time, tearing something open inside him and filling the wound with light. He saw things. A man with messy black hair and glasses, laughing as he chased a golden ball through the sky. A woman with red hair and green eyes, bent over a book filled with symbols that glowed. The two of them together, hands intertwined, looking down at something small and precious cradled between them. "We love you, Harry. We'll always love you." His mother's voice. His father's face. The memory of their final moments, preserved in the ring's magic for their heir to witness. "Whatever happens, remember that. Remember us." The fire faded. Harry gasped, falling to his knees on the dais, tears streaming down his face. On his right hand, the Potter ring had resized itself to fit his small finger. It felt warm against his skin. It felt like coming home. "The Potter magic accepts you," Griphook said. His voice was gentler than before. "Take a moment. Then, when you're ready, claim the black ring." Harry wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and forced himself to stand. His legs were shaking, but he locked his knees and made them hold. The black ring waited. Where the Potter ring had been warm and welcoming, this one radiated cold. Not the cold of ice or winter, the cold of space, of voids, of emptiness that went on forever. Harry could feel it pushing against him, testing his resolve before he even touched it. He touched it anyway. The world went dark. Harry found himself standing in a vast empty space, black in every direction, with no floor and no ceiling and no walls. He couldn't feel his body, couldn't feel anything except the presence watching him from the darkness. "So," a voice said. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It simply was. "You come to claim the Black legacy." "Yes. You are a child. A half-blood. Raised by muggles in a cupboard under the stairs." The voice circled him, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "What makes you worthy to carry the name of the most ancient and noble house of Black?" Harry thought about that. He could lie, could claim to be brave or strong or powerful. But something told him the presence would know. Something told him this test was about truth. "I don't know if I'm worthy," he said. "I don't know anything about being a lord or a Black or any of this. Yesterday I was scrubbing floors and trying not to get hit. I didn't ask for this. And yet here you are." "Yes. Because if I don't do this, I go back to that life. And if I do this, maybe I can be something else. Something better." Harry squared his shoulders. "Maybe I can be what my parents would have wanted me to be." Silence. The darkness seemed to compress around him, pressing in from all sides. "Your great-grandmother was a Black," the voice said. "She married beneath her station," the family thought. "A Potter. But she never regretted it. She said there was more to worth than blood." Was she right? A pause. And then, impossibly, what might have been a laugh. She was often right. It was very annoying. The darkness began to lighten. "You have her spine, child. And her stubbornness. The Black legacy is vast and terrible, ancient magics, dark histories, power that could corrupt or consume you. But it is also honor, loyalty, the will to protect what is yours at any cost." Light was seeping into the void now, not bright but gray, like dawn breaking. The question is not whether you are worthy now. The question is whether you can become worthy. Whether you will use this power to rise, or let it drag you down. Harry met the darkness where he imagined eyes would be. I'll rise. Bold words for a 5-year-old. I'm a fast learner. Another almost laugh. Yes. I believe you are. The light exploded, and Harry was falling, tumbling through space and time and memory. He caught flashes of things, battles and betrayals, triumphs and tragedies, 1,000 years of Black family history compressed into seconds. And through it all, a single truth burning itself into his mind: the blood is the bond. The name is the shield. And family, above all else, is forever. Harry woke on the floor of the chamber, both rings on his hands. He sat up slowly, head spinning, and found Griphook watching him with an expression he couldn't read. You passed, the Goblin said. Both tests. The magic has accepted you. He paused. I admit, I was not certain it would. Neither was I. Harry got to his feet and looked at the rings. The Potter ruby still glowed with warm inner fire. The black stone no longer seemed to absorb light, or rather, it did, but somehow the darkness had become comfortable. Familiar. What happens now? He asked. Now, a new voice said from behind him, we discuss your future. Harry spun. An old man stood in the doorway of the chamber. Not a goblin, a wizard, tall and gaunt, with silver hair that fell to his shoulders and a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. He wore robes of deep green, and his eyes. His eyes were the same. Gray as Harry's own. My name, the old man said, is Arcturus Black. I am your great-great-grandfather. And I have been waiting a very long time for an heir worthy of awakening me. The silence stretched for 5 heartbeats, 10, 15. Then Harry said, you don't look that old. Arcturus Black's mouth twitched. Just slightly, barely visible, but Harry saw it. Stasis magic, Arcturus said. A specialty of our house. I put myself under when it became clear that the family was collapsing around me. Wars and feuds and idiotic blood purity squabbles draining us dry while our enemies circled. He stepped into the chamber, his robes whispering against the stone floor. I set the wards to wake me when a true heir claimed both rings. An heir with the power to restore us. I'm 5. Yes, I noticed. Arcturus stopped a few feet away, studying Harry with those unnerving gray eyes. You're also small, malnourished, magically untrained, and apparently raised by muggles who kept you in a closet. None of which changes the fundamental truth: you are the lord of 2 ancient houses, and the magical world is going to try to control you, use you, or destroy you the moment they learn you exist. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the black ring. Destroy me? Why? Because you're dangerous. Or you will be, once you're trained. Arcturus turned to Griphook. Has the prophet been notified? Not yet. We maintained secrecy during the extraction. Good. That gives us time. Arcturus looked back at Harry. The people who placed you with those muggles had their reasons. Reasons they believed were good and righteous. But their plans required you to be ignorant, malleable, grateful for any scrap of kindness offered by the magical world. Your emergence as a lord, as 2 lords, upsets their careful arrangements. Who? Harry demanded. Who put me there? Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Headmaster of Hogwarts, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. The most powerful and respected wizard in Britain. Arcturus paused. Possibly in the world. The name meant nothing to Harry. But the way Arcturus said it, with a mixture of respect and wariness and something that might have been anger, told him this was someone to be careful of. Is he evil? No. That would be simpler. Arcturus began to pace, slow measured steps that echoed in the chamber. Dumbledore is a good man who believes he knows best. Who believes his judgments are so sound, his intentions so pure, that he's justified in making decisions for others without their consent. He placed you with those muggles for protection, I'm sure. Blood wards, most likely, your mother's sacrifice anchored to her sister's blood. Aunt Petunia. Yes. The wards would have made you nearly untraceable, hidden you from those who wished you harm. And in exchange, all you had to give up was your childhood, your safety, your happiness, and your birthright. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. He didn't know how they treated me. Didn't he? Arcturus stopped pacing. Mrs. Fig lives 2 streets away. She's a squib in Dumbledore's employ. She's been watching your house for years. Do you really believe she never noticed you weeding the garden in winter? Never saw the bruises? Something cold and hard settled in Harry's chest. He filed the name away, Mrs. Fig, and the feeling that came with it. Perhaps she reported and he did nothing, Arcturus continued. Perhaps she never reported at all. Perhaps he truly believed he was protecting you from something worse than a childhood of abuse and neglect. It doesn't matter. What matters is that his plans for you no longer apply. You are Lord Potterblack now. You answer to no one but yourself. I'm 5, Harry said again. And you will need regents until you come of age. Advisors. Teachers. Arcturus's grey eyes glittered. Family. You want to be my regent. I want to restore House Black to its rightful glory. That requires a competent lord, which means training you. It requires political alliances, which means navigating you through the cesspit of wizarding society. And it requires dealing with the enemies who have been slowly destroying our family for generations. What enemies? Arcturus didn't answer immediately. He glanced at Griphook, something passing between them, an old understanding, maybe, or an old wariness. There are forces in this world, Arcturus said finally, that prey on magical bloodlines. Not for revenge or politics or personal grudges. They prey on us because our magic sustains them. Because when an ancient house falls, the accumulated power of 1,000 years has to go somewhere. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. The Potters were nearly destroyed. The Blacks were nearly destroyed. The Pruitts, the McKinnons, the Longbottoms, all devastated in the same war, by the same dark wizard, who was a convenient madman with convenient ambitions. Voldemort. The name came out of nowhere, rising from some deep memory Harry didn't know he had. Arcturus's eyes widened slightly. You remember. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, hidden beneath his fringe. I dream about it sometimes. Green light. Screaming. The night he murdered your parents and tried to murder you. Arcturus nodded slowly. Voldemort was real, and he was terrible. But he was also a tool, Harry. A weapon aimed at our world by something older and darker. Something that's been waiting for centuries for the right moment to strike. Harry's skin prickled. What is it? I don't know. Not entirely. I spent decades hunting them before I went into stasis. I found fragments, hints, shadows of a larger truth. They call themselves the Covenant of the Hollow. They want what we have, our magic, our power, our bloodlines. And they're patient. So patient that no one notices when ancient houses collapse one by one, always from within, always with plausible explanations. Are they coming for me? Arcturus's face was grim. You united 2 of the most powerful bloodlines in Britain. You're either their greatest prize or their greatest threat. So yes, Harry Potter. They're coming. The only question is whether you'll be ready when they arrive. They gave him a room. It was deep in Gringotts, in a section of the bank reserved for high-value clients requiring protection, and it was the nicest space Harry had ever seen. A bed with actual pillows. A carpet so soft he sank into it when he walked. A window that showed a magical projection of the sky outside, stars wheeling slowly in the darkness. Griphook had explained that they would remain in Gringotts while arrangements were made. A regent would need to be selected. Guardians would need to be appointed. The wizarding world would need to be informed of Lord Potterblack's emergence, carefully and strategically. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the rings on his hands. So much had changed in a single day. This morning he'd been nobody, less than nobody, a burden and a freak and a waste of space. Now he was a lord. 2 lords. Heir to fortunes and legacies and ancient magics he didn't understand. And somewhere out there, enemies were hunting him. A knock at the door made him jump. "Enter," he said, the word feeling strange in his mouth. "How did you talk when you were a lord? What were the rules?" The door opened, and Arcturus stepped inside. "You should be sleeping," the old wizard said. "Tomorrow will be difficult." "I can't sleep. Too much to think about." Arcturus nodded as if this was the expected answer. He crossed to the window and stood there, looking out at the false stars. "When I was your age," he said, "I knew exactly what my life would be. I would study magic. I would master politics. I would lead the Black family into a new era of power and prestige. Every choice I made, every action I took, was in service of that destiny." "Did it work out the way you planned?" A dry laugh. "Not remotely. My children died or betrayed me. My grandchildren were monsters or fools or, in one case, both. The family I devoted my life to crumbled around me while I watched. Helpless to stop it." Arcturus turned from the window. "I'm telling you this because I want you to understand something, Harry. Plans fail. Destinies twist. The world will never be what you expect. Then why plan at all? Because the alternative is to be swept along by events, reacting instead of acting, always one step behind your enemies." Arcturus moved closer, his robes rustling. "You didn't ask for this. I know that. You were a child in a cupboard who wanted nothing more than to be left alone. But you're not that child anymore. The moment those rings accepted you, you became a target. A prize. A player in games that have been running for centuries." Harry met his ancestors' eyes. "So what do I do?" "You learn. You grow. You become strong enough that your enemies fear you, and wise enough that your allies trust you." Arcturus's voice softened, just slightly. "And you never, ever let them see you scared. Even when you are. Especially when you are. Is that what you did?" "It's what I tried to do. I made mistakes. Many of them. But I survived, and my house survived, barely, and now you're here, carrying both our legacies forward." Arcturus reached out and, after a moment's hesitation, placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "I'm not a kind man, Harry. I'm not warm or nurturing or particularly good with children. But I am your family, and I will do everything in my power to see you succeed." Harry considered that. Considered the old man standing before him, ancient and dangerous and offering something that felt almost like honesty. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Teach me. Train me. Help me become whatever I need to become to survive this." Harry lifted his chin. "But I want to understand why. Every lesson, every choice, every political game, I want to know the reasons. Not just what to do, but why I'm doing it." Arcturus studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. It wasn't a kind smile. But it was genuine, and somehow that mattered more. "You have your grandmother's spine," he said. "Doria would be proud. You knew her. She was my daughter. My favorite, though I'd never have admitted it while she lived." The smile faded into something sadder. "She married your grandfather against my wishes. A Potter, of all things. I didn't speak to her for years. When she died, He stopped. Another mistake. Another regret. I'm sorry. Don't be. I've had decades to make my peace with it. Arcturus withdrew his hand. Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow we begin the process of introducing you to the wizarding world. It will be exhausting, infuriating, and potentially dangerous. You'll need your rest. He turned toward the door. Arcturus? Harry called. The old wizard paused. What do you want from me? Really? The question hung in the air between them. Arcturus was still for a long moment, his back to Harry, his face invisible. I want to see my family rise again, he said finally. I want to see the Covenant destroyed and our enemies scattered. I want revenge on the forces that spent centuries tearing us apart. He glanced over his shoulder. But I also want to believe that it was worth it. All the suffering, all the loss, all the years I spent alone in the dark. I want to believe that you're the reason it happened. That you're the heir who'll make everything right. What if I'm not? Then we'll both find out together, won't we? The door closed behind him. Harry sat in the darkness for a long time, looking at the rings on his hands and thinking about destiny, about enemies, about the weight of two ancient houses resting on the shoulders of a 5-year-old boy who'd never known kindness until today. He didn't sleep much. But when dawn came, false dawn, projected on the magical window, he was ready. The Goblin Council chamber was carved from obsidian. Harry sat at the end of a long table, Griphook on his right and Arcturus on his left, facing 7 goblins whose age and authority were evident in the heaviness of their armor and the sharpness of their gaze. Lord Potter Black, the eldest of them said. His name was Ragnarok, and he held the title of director, the closest thing the goblins had to a king. You present us with an unusual situation. How so? You are a child. Children do not typically sit in this chamber. Children do not typically hold the lordship of 2 ancient houses. Ragnarok's black eyes glittered. And children do not typically arrive at Gringotts with enemies already circling, waiting for a moment of weakness. Harry kept his face still, the way Arcturus had taught him during their brief conversation that morning. Don't react. Don't show fear. Don't give them anything they can use. I didn't choose to be born, he said. I didn't choose for my parents to die, or for the blacks to fall, or for any of this to happen. But it did happen. And now I'm here. Indeed. Ragnarok leaned forward. The question is what we do about it. The treaty, Arcturus began. The treaty requires us to acknowledge his inheritance and protect his assets. It does not require us to involve ourselves in wizarding politics, wizarding wars, or wizarding vendettas. Ragnarok's attention shifted to Harry. You come from a world that has treated the Goblin nation with contempt for centuries. Your ministry restricts our magic, limits our rights, and views us as lesser creatures to be tolerated rather than respected. Why should we do anything more than the bare minimum for another wizard lord? Harry thought about that. He thought about the way the goblins had treated him, not with warmth, exactly, but with a kind of professional respect that he'd never experienced from humans. He thought about the way Griphook had looked at his cupboard, at the remnants of his life, with something that might have been disgust or pity or both. Because I'm not another wizard lord, he said. Not yet. I don't know anything about your history with witches and wizards. I don't know what my ancestors did or didn't do. But I know that you came to that house today and you took me away from people who hurt me, and you didn't have to. The treaty required you to acknowledge my inheritance. It didn't require you to notice what they'd done to me. It didn't require you to care. Silence in the chamber. You did anyway, Harry continued. So maybe I'm not the only one here who doesn't fit the usual patterns. Maybe we can be different from what came before. Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but something in the air shifted. The other goblins exchanged glances. Interesting, Ragnarok said. You speak well for a child. I learned to be careful with words a long time ago. People hit you less if you say the right things. Another shift in the air. This one colder, sharper. Yes, Ragnarok said quietly. I imagine they do. He straightened in his seat. Very. Well, Lord Potter Black. The Goblin Nation will extend you an offer beyond our treaty obligations. We will provide training in areas where our expertise exceeds that of wizards, combat, warding, curse-breaking, financial strategy. In exchange, when you come of age, you will owe us a favor. A single favor, to be called in at our discretion. What kind of favor? We don't know yet. That's rather the point. Ragnarok's mouth curved slightly. But we do not ask for that which would destroy you, nor that which would violate your own principles. The favor will be reasonable, if not necessarily easy. Harry looked at Arcturus, who gave a barely perceptible nod. I accept, Harry said. Then it is done. Ragnarok stood, and the other goblins stood with him. We will assign trainers and establish a schedule. Your formal education in magic will continue with wizarding tutors of your regent's choosing, but your practical education will be ours. Thank you. Ragnarok paused at the door. Do not thank us yet, Lord Potter Black. Our training is not gentle. You may curse our names before it's through. I've had worse than hard training. Yes. Ragnarok's black eyes were unreadable. That's rather the point. The Wisengamot was in session when the news broke. Harry wasn't there. Arcturus had insisted he remain in Gringotts until proper security could be arranged, but he saw the aftermath through memory crystals that Griphook provided. Hundreds of witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, seated in a vast circular chamber that reminded Harry of pictures he'd seen of ancient Roman amphitheaters. In the center, a raised platform where speakers stood to address the assembly. And at the head of it all, a magnificent throne-like seat occupied by an old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. Albus Dumbledore. Harry studied his face through the memory. Kind eyes. Gentle smile. The sort of grandfather figure you saw in storybooks, dispensing wisdom and sweets in equal measure. And yet this was the man who'd left him with the Dursleys. Who'd assigned someone to watch him but never acted on what they saw. Who'd made plans for Harry's life without ever consulting Harry about them. He's speaking now, Arcturus said, watching beside him. Listen. Clearly a misunderstanding, Dumbledore was saying, his voice carrying easily through the chamber. The protections I placed on young Harry were essential to his safety. The blood wards tied to his aunt's home were the only reliable means of shielding him from those who would do him harm. The goblins have presented evidence of abuse, Chief Warlock. The speaker was a stern witch with iron-gray hair, her voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. Multiple instances documented by their healers when they examined the boy. I was not aware of the extent of the situation. Mrs. Figg's reports indicated, your agent reported nothing. For 5 years. Dumbledore's expression flickered, just for an instant, before settling back into grandfatherly concern. It seems there were failures in communication that I deeply regret. Had you known, you would have done what exactly? Removed him from the only protection that kept him hidden from the Dark Lord's followers. Voldemort is dead, Albus. This from a different speaker, a grizzled wizard with a magical eye that spun wildly in its socket. Has been for 4 years. What exactly was the boy being protected from? Death Eaters remain at large, and they would have found him more easily without the blood wards. The blood wards you're now admitting were tied to a woman who abused him. The chamber erupted into argument. Dumbledore raised his hands for silence, but the damage was done. Harry could see it in the faces of the assembled witches and wizards, doubt, anger, suspicion. The venerable Chief Warlock's judgment was being questioned, perhaps for the first time in decades. He'll recover from this, Arcturus said. He always does. But it will cost him political capital. And it opens the door for us. The door to... what? Your regency. Arcturus smiled coldly. Dumbledore will push to have himself appointed your magical guardian. He'll argue that only he can properly protect and educate the boy who lived. We need to present an alternative that the Wizengamot finds acceptable, someone connected to you by blood, outside his direct influence, but not so controversial that they'll be rejected out of hand. Who? Your grandmother's sister's daughter. Andromeda Tonks, née Black. Arcturus's voice was carefully neutral. She was disowned for marrying a Muggleborn, but technically she remains family. More importantly, she's a trained healer, a respected member of the community, and has a daughter only a few years older than you who could provide companionship. Do you trust her? I trust no one completely. But Andromeda was always the most sensible of Cygnus's daughters. She chose love over legacy, and while I disagreed with her choice, I couldn't fault her reasons. He paused. She also has no connection to Dumbledore beyond professional courtesy. She won't be his puppet. Harry watched the chaos in the Wizengamot chamber, the shouting and gesturing and political maneuvering that would shape his future. When do I meet her? Soon. First, we need to present our proposal formally. And before that. Arcturus's cold smile returned. We need to make an entrance. The entrance happened 3 days later. Harry had spent those days studying. Not magic, not yet, but history, politics, etiquette. The basics of wizarding society and his place in it. Arcturus was a demanding teacher, accepting nothing less than perfect recall and expecting Harry to ask questions when something didn't make sense. You need to understand the board before you can play the game, he'd said. Every family, every faction, every old grudge and new alliance. The wizarding world is small, Harry. Everyone knows everyone, and everyone remembers everything. A slight delivered in 1847 can still shape politics today. Now, standing outside the Wizengamot's massive doors, Harry felt the weight of that history pressing down on him. He was dressed in formal robes for the first time, black with silver trim, the Potter and Black crests embroidered on the breast. Arcturus had obtained them from the family vaults, adjusted magically to fit his small frame. The rings gleamed on his fingers, visible to everyone who cared to look. Remember, Arcturus murmured beside him. You are a lord. They will try to treat you as a child because it suits their purposes. Don't let them. Every word you speak, every gesture you make, must remind them of your authority. I'm 5. You're Lord Potter Black. Age is irrelevant. The doors swung open. The walk to the center of the chamber was the longest of Harry's life. Every eye tracked him as he moved down the aisle between the ranked seats. He heard whispers, some curious, some hostile, some pitying. The boy who lived. The orphan. The child lord. He ignored them all. At the speaker's platform, he stopped and turned to face the assembly. Dumbledore was watching from his high seat, blue eyes sharp behind his spectacles. Other faces Harry recognized from the memory crystals, the stern witch with grey hair, Augusta Longbottom, Arcturus had told him, regent for her grandson, the wizard with the magical eye, Alastor Moody, retired Auror, and dozens more. Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, Harry said. His voice was steady, he'd practiced this speech 100 times, and practice paid off. I am Harry James Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter and the ancient and most noble house of Black. I come before you today to claim my seats and present my choice of regent. Murmuring rippled through the chamber. This wasn't how these things were done, a child didn't simply announce himself and demand recognition. There were forms, procedures, committees. Dumbledore rose. Perhaps young Harry should, Lord Potter Black. The correction cut through the chamber like a blade. Harry didn't raise his voice, but somehow it carried. My title is Lord Potter Black, Chief Warlock. I understand you've grown accustomed to making decisions on my behalf, but that era has ended. Silence. Absolute silence. Dumbledore's expression flickered again, surprise, reassessment, something that might have been respect or might have been concern. Of course. My apologies, Lord Potter Black. Please continue. Harry inclined his head, the gesture formal and precise. Thank you. As I was saying, I require a regent to manage my affairs until I come of age. I am aware that several parties have expressed interest in this role. I have considered them all carefully. The Wisingamot will need to approve any regent, Augusta Longbottom interjected. You cannot simply appoint whomever you wish. I'm aware of the law, Lady Longbottom. I'm also aware that the lord of an ancient house has the right to propose candidates for consideration. Harry met her stern gaze. I propose a divided regency. Andromeda Tonks, née Black, for my day-to-day guardianship and mundane affairs. Arcturus Black III for my political representation and magical education. Chaos. The chamber exploded into shouts and arguments. Arcturus Black was supposed to be dead, or at least dying, hidden away in the Black family crypts. His emergence was nearly as shocking as Harry's own. Dumbledore raised his hands for silence. It took longer than before, Harry noticed. His authority was slipping. Lord Potterblack, the old wizard said, while I respect your right to propose candidates, I must express concern. Lord Arcturus was, known for views and practices that many would consider problematic. And Mrs. Tonks, while a respectable woman, was disowned from the Black family decades ago. I've reinstated her, Harry said calmly. As is my right as Lord Black. She is Andromeda Black Tonks, and she carries the protection of my house. More chaos. More shouting. Harry waited. When the noise finally died down, Dumbledore tried again. Perhaps a compromise, no. The word was simple. Final. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes across the length of the chamber. Chief Warlock, I appreciate your concern for my welfare. Truly. But you had 4 years to concern yourself with my welfare, and I spent those years sleeping in a cupboard and being beaten for crimes I didn't commit. You placed me with those people. You assigned someone to watch over me. And nothing changed. Dumbledore's face was very still. The Blood Wards protected me from external threats. They did nothing about the threats inside the house. Harry's voice didn't waver. I don't believe you're evil, Chief Warlock. But I believe you made choices about my life that weren't yours to make, and those choices caused me harm. I will not give you the opportunity to make more such choices. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Augusta Longbottom laughed. It was a short, sharp sound, almost a bark. The boy has you there, Albus. I call for a vote. All in favor of Lord Potterblack's proposed regency arrangement. Hands rose across the chamber. Harry counted quickly, more than half. Not a crushing majority, but enough. The motion carries, Augusta announced. Andromeda Black Tonks and Lord Arcturus Black III are confirmed as regents for Lord Potterblack. Harry let himself breathe. It wasn't over. He knew that. Dumbledore would regroup, would find other ways to influence his life. The enemies Arcturus had warned about were still out there, watching, waiting. And the weight of 2 ancient houses still pressed down on his shoulders, heavier than any child should bear. But for now, in this moment, he had won. They met in a small chamber off the main hall, Harry and the woman who would be his guardian. Andromeda Tonks was younger than he'd expected, perhaps late 30s, with dark hair and features that reminded him uncomfortably of someone, though he couldn't think who. She sat across from him at a small table, studying him with eyes that held neither pity nor calculation. Just curiosity. You're smaller than I imagined, she said finally. I'm 5. I meant small for 5. Her mouth curved slightly. The healer's reports mentioned malnutrition. We'll need to address that. I've been eating properly since I arrived at Gringotts. Good. But nutrition isn't just about food. It's about environment, routine, a sense of safety. She leaned forward. I want you to understand something, Harry. I'm not doing this for politics or power or the Black family legacy. I'm doing this because you're a child who was hurt by people who should have protected him, and I know something about what that's like. Arcturus told me you were disowned. I was. For marrying a Muggleborn. My family considered it a betrayal of everything they stood for. Something flickered in her eyes, old pain, mostly healed. I built a new life. A good life, with a husband who loves me and a daughter who drives me absolutely mad in the best possible way. I didn't need the black name or the black money or the black legacy. Then why come back? Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Because you need someone, Harry. Not just teachers and trainers and political advisors. You need someone who cares about whether you're happy. Whether you're sleeping well and eating right and learning to play as well as work. She reached across the table and covered his hand with hers. I can be that person. If you'll let me. Harry looked at her hand on his. Warm. Gentle. Not grabbing or hitting or forcing. He couldn't remember the last time an adult had touched him with kindness. I don't know how to let someone take care of me, he admitted. I've always had to take care of myself. Then we'll learn together. She squeezed his hand softly. One day at a time. That night, in his room at Gringotts, Harry stared at the magical stars and tried to process everything that had happened. He was Lord Potter Black. He had a great-great-grandfather who was teaching him to be dangerous and a new guardian who was teaching him to be human. He had enemies he didn't understand and allies he wasn't sure he could trust and a destiny he hadn't asked for. And somewhere out there, the Covenant of the Hollow was watching. Waiting. A knock at the door. Come in, Harry said. Arcturus entered, his face unreadable. The first day is done. How do you feel? Tired. Confused. Harry sat up. Angry. Angry is good. Anger can be fuel. Arcturus moved to the window, looking out at the false sky. You did well today. Better than I expected. You stood before the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain and refused to bend. That takes courage. It didn't feel courageous. It felt necessary. That's what courage is, child. Doing what's necessary even when you're afraid. Harry was quiet for a moment. Arcturus, those enemies you mentioned. The Covenant. Are they really coming for me? They're already moving. Our agents intercepted communications today, nothing specific, but they know you've emerged. They're gathering information, assessing the threat you pose. What threat? I'm 5. Arcturus turned from the window. You're the last of 2 ancient bloodlines, unified in a single heir. Do you have any idea how much accumulated magical power that represents? Centuries of black rituals, Potter innovations, blood magic and ward schemes and enchantments passed down through generations. It's not just wealth and politics, it's power, Harry. Real power, sleeping in your blood, waiting to be awakened. I don't feel powerful. Not yet. But you will. Arcturus's gray eyes glittered. And when you do, you'll need to be ready to use it. To protect yourself, to protect your family, to protect everything you'll build in the years ahead. Harry thought about that. About power and protection and the long road ahead. What do you want from me? He asked. The same question he'd asked that first night. Really? Arcturus smiled, that same cold, genuine smile from before. I want you to survive. I want you to thrive. I want you to become the lord that both our houses deserve, and I want you to help me destroy the forces that spent centuries trying to tear us apart. And if I decide I want something different, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Arcturus moved toward the door. For now, rest. Tomorrow we begin your training in earnest. And trust me, child, you'll need every moment of sleep you can get. He left. Harry lay back on his bed, staring at the magical stars. He was 5 years old. He was lord of 2 ancient houses. He had more enemies than he could count and more secrets to uncover than he could imagine. And somehow, despite everything, despite the fear and the confusion and the weight of destiny pressing down on his small shoulders, he felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New lessons. New dangers. But for the first time in his life, Harry James Potter was not alone. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Old Ways. The wards around number 4, Privet Drive collapsed at precisely 3:47 in the afternoon, and Albus Dumbledore felt every one of them die. He was in his office at Hogwarts, reviewing applications for the defense against the dark arts position, when the first tendril of magic snapped. It felt like a string breaking inside his chest, a sharp, sudden pain followed by the unraveling of something that had been woven with exquisite care 4 years ago. The blood wards. His masterwork of protection, anchored in Lily's sacrifice and Petunia's reluctant blood, sustained by the presence of her sister's son under her roof. Gone. Dumbledore was on his feet before the last ward faded, his hand already reaching for the phoenix feather that would carry him to Surrey. But even as his fingers closed around Fawkes's tail, he knew he was too late. The wards hadn't simply failed, they'd been severed. Deliberately. Precisely. Only the goblins had that kind of precision. The Dursley household was in chaos when he arrived. 2 goblin guards flanked the front door, their armor gleaming in the afternoon sun. Neighbors had gathered on the sidewalk, whispering and pointing, though their memories would be modified before nightfall. Vernon Dursley sat on the front steps with his head in his hands, while Petunia stood in the doorway clutching Dudley to her chest. Albus Dumbledore. The goblin who approached him was familiar, Griphook, a senior account manager known for his competence and his disdain for wizards. "You're too late. Where is Harry?" "Lord Potterblack is in Gringotts' custody, as is his right under the Treaty of 1612. Griphook's smile showed too many teeth. "He has claimed his inheritance." "Both inheritances, actually. The Black Ring accepted him 3 hours ago." Dumbledore's heart stuttered. "Both houses." The boy had united both houses. "He's 5 years old. He cannot. What? Claim what is rightfully his?" Griphook's black eyes glittered. "Your ministry's age restrictions don't apply to goblin-administered inheritance law. We checked. Quite thoroughly. I need to speak with him. You may submit a formal request through proper channels. The response time is typically 6 to 8 weeks, though Lord Potterblack may choose to expedite if he wishes." The goblin's smile widened. "I suspect he will not wish." Dumbledore looked past Griphook to the house beyond. The cupboard door under the stairs was open. He could see the mattress, the broken toys, the walls covered in a child's desperate drawings. He had known. Some part of him had always known. Arabella's reports had been vague, carefully worded, never quite stating what she suspected. And he had accepted those reports because the alternative, that his careful plans had caused a child to suffer, was too painful to examine closely. The blood wards protected him, he said quietly. Without them, he might have to rely on the protections of 2 ancient houses, the Goblin Nation, and his own emerging magical power. Griphook shrugged. How terrifying for him. Dumbledore closed his eyes. He had made a mistake. A terrible, unforgivable mistake. But the boy was still in danger, Voldemort's followers were still out there, still hunting for their master's destroyer. Harry needed guidance, protection, preparation for the destiny that awaited him. "I will petition the Wizengamot," Dumbledore said. "For emergency guardianship. The boy cannot be left in goblin custody without magical oversight." "You may certainly try." Griphook turned away, dismissing him entirely. "But I would prepare for disappointment, Chief Warlock. Lord Potterblack has already named his preferred regents. Neither of them is you." The first week in Andromeda's home was the strangest of Harry's life. Not because of magic, he was getting used to that, slowly, though the casual levitation of dishes and the self-stirring tea still made him stare. Not because of the house itself, a comfortable three-story building in a quiet neighborhood that felt enormous compared to his cupboard. It was the kindness that confused him. Andromeda asked if he was hungry instead of demanding he cook. She suggested bedtimes instead of ordering them. When he accidentally broke a glass, she repaired it with a wave of her wand and asked if he was hurt, rather than screaming about his clumsiness. "You keep looking at me like I'm going to bite you," she said on the fourth morning, setting a plate of eggs in front of him. "I promise I'm not. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just." She sat across from him, her own breakfast untouched. "Tell me what you're thinking. When you get that look in your eyes." Harry poked at his eggs. "I'm thinking about what I did wrong." "You haven't done anything wrong. Then why are you being nice to me?" The question came out sharper than he intended. Andromeda went very still. "Harry," she said softly. "Being nice isn't a reward for good behavior. It's not something you have to earn. It's just how people should treat each other. It's not how they treated me before." "No. It wasn't." She reached across the table and touched his hand, gentle and warm. "But those people were wrong. And they'll never have power over you again." Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to let himself relax into this new life, this impossible kindness, this family that seemed to want him just because he existed. But Arcturus's warnings echoed in his mind. "Trust slowly. Trust carefully. Everyone wants something." "What do you want from me?" he asked. "You and your family. Why did you agree to be my guardian?" Andromeda pulled her hand back, but she didn't look offended. Instead, she seemed almost pleased by the question. Honest and direct. "Good." She picked up her fork. "I want several things, Harry. Some of them are selfish and some of them aren't. I want my daughter to have a companion close to her age, she's 11, and an only child can be lonely. I want to reconnect with my family's legacy, even the parts of it I rejected. I want to help a child who was hurt the way I was never hurt but always feared I might be. And the selfish parts? The money doesn't hurt." She smiled at his expression. "Oh, don't look so shocked. The Regency comes with a stipend from both house accounts. It's generous. I'm not going to pretend it didn't factor into my decision. At least you're honest about it." "I try to be. And I expect you to be honest with me in return, even when it's uncomfortable." She set down her fork. "Speaking of which, how are you sleeping?" Harry looked away. "Fine. Harry. I have nightmares sometimes. About the cupboard. About other things. The night your parents died?" He nodded, not trusting his voice. Andromeda was quiet for a moment. "I can give you a dreamless sleep potion, but I don't like using them on children, they can interfere with development if taken too often. Instead, I'd like to teach you some meditation techniques. Mental exercises that can help you process difficult memories. Like a clemency." She raised an eyebrow. "Arcturus has been talking. He said it's important. That people might try to read my mind, and I need to learn to protect myself. He's not wrong, unfortunately. But a clemency is advanced magic, we'll work up to it. For now, let's start with the basics." She stood. "Finish your breakfast. We'll begin after you've eaten." The Tonks house had a garden. Not the manicured lawns and precise flower beds of Privet Drive, maintained through Aunt Petunia's iron will and Harry's forced labor. This garden was wild, sprawling, full of plants Harry didn't recognize, some of which seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. Andromeda led him to a small clearing in the center, where a stone bench sat beneath an ancient oak. "This was my meditation space when I was young," she said, settling onto the bench. "Sit here, beside me. Close your eyes. Harry obeyed, though his instincts screamed against the vulnerability. Closing your eyes around adults was dangerous. They could hit you before you saw it coming. You're tense, Andromeda observed. That's all right. I'm going to talk you through some breathing exercises. Just focus on my voice. She spoke slowly, guiding him through deep breaths and muscle relaxation, encouraging him to feel the ground beneath his feet and the warmth of the sun on his face. Gradually, despite himself, Harry felt his body begin to uncoil. Now, Andromeda said, I want you to imagine a room. Any room you like. It can be real or imagined, large or small. This is your mind space, the place where your thoughts live. Harry thought about it. His first instinct was to imagine the cupboard, but he rejected that immediately. He'd spent enough time there already. Instead, he imagined a library. Not a real one, he'd never been allowed inside a real library, but the kind he'd glimpsed in books. Towering shelves filled with leather-bound volumes. Comfortable chairs. Warm light streaming through tall windows. Do you have your room? Yes. Good. Now I want you to imagine a door. Just one door, leading into your mind space from outside. This door represents access to your thoughts. Right now, it's probably open, most people's are. Eventually, you'll learn to close it, lock it, even hide it entirely. But for now, just notice that it exists. Harry saw the door in his mind's eye. Tall, wooden, slightly ajar. Can you see who's trying to come through? Andromeda asked. Not literally, metaphorically. What are the things that want access to your thoughts? Images flickered through the doorway. Vernon's angry face. Petunia's disgusted sneer. Dudley's cruel laughter. The green light from his nightmares. And something else. Something darker, watching from beyond even those familiar fears. Eyes in the void. Harry's breath caught. What do you see? Andromeda's voice was sharp with concern. I don't know. His eyes snapped open. Something was watching me. From far away. Andromeda's face had gone pale. Show me your forehead. Harry pushed his fringe aside, revealing the lightning bolt scar. Andromeda leaned close, her wand appearing in her hand. She murmured something, and Harry felt a cold tingle across his skin. For a long moment, she didn't speak. Then she sat back, her expression carefully controlled. We need to talk to Arcturus, she said. Tonight. What is it? What's wrong? I'm not sure yet. But your scar isn't just a scar, Harry. There's something inside it. Something that shouldn't be there. The Fleur network was, Harry decided, his least favorite form of magical transportation. The spinning, the soot, the disorientation. He stumbled out of the fireplace into Arcturus's study coughing and covered in ash, while his great-great-grandfather watched with poorly concealed amusement. You'll get used to it, Arcturus said, offering a handkerchief. Eventually. I'd rather take the carts. The carts won't take you everywhere you need to go. Arcturus gestured to a chair by the fire. Sit. Andromeda tells me there's a concern with your scar. Harry sat, wiping soot from his face. Andromeda stepped through the flue behind him, far more gracefully, and took a seat of her own. Show him, she said. Arcturus approached, his wand drawn. May I? Harry nodded, pushing his fringe aside again. The diagnostic spell was more thorough this time, a web of light that spread across Harry's skin and sank into the scar tissue. Arcturus's face remained impassive throughout, but Harry saw his jaw tighten incrementally. Fascinating, the old wizard said finally. And disturbing. What is it? Harry demanded. A soul fragment. Parasitic, dormant, but definitely present. Arcturus stepped back, his grey eyes dark. When Voldemort tried to kill you, the killing curse backfired. But a piece of him survived, not his body, but a fragment of his soul. It lodged in the nearest living thing. Me. Yes. You've been carrying a piece of the Dark Lord inside you for 4 years. Harry felt sick. The green light. The eyes in the void. The thing watching from beyond the door of his mind space. Can you remove it? Andromeda asked. Possibly. The goblins have techniques for extracting soul magic, they use them on cursed artifacts all the time. But this is more delicate. The fragment has had years to integrate with Harry's magical core. Removing it carelessly could damage him permanently. Then we do it carefully, Harry said. His voice was steadier than he felt. I don't want a piece of Voldemort living in my head. Arcturus smiled grimly. No. I don't imagine you do. He returned to his chair. I'll speak with Ragnarok. The goblins owe you training anyway, this can be part of it. Understanding soul magic, learning to isolate the fragment, eventually expelling it entirely. How long? Years, most likely. Soul magic is not something you rush. Arcturus steepled his fingers. In the meantime, we continue your other training. And we remain vigilant. For what? For the fragment trying to influence you. For Voldemort's followers learning what you carry. For. Arcturus paused. For the possibility that the Dark Lord himself might not be as dead as everyone believes. Andromeda sucked in a breath. Arcturus, a soul fragment implies other fragments. This is dark magic of the highest order, not something done accidentally. Arcturus's voice was cold and precise. Voldemort didn't just split his soul by trying to kill Harry. He'd done it before. Multiple times, probably. Which means pieces of him still exist, scattered across Britain, waiting. Waiting for what? To be reunited. To bring him back. The fire crackled in the silence that followed. Harry stared into the flames, processing. He was carrying a piece of his parents' murderer inside him. And that murderer might not be truly dead. What do I do? He asked quietly. Arcturus leaned forward. What you were already doing. Learn. Grow. Become strong enough that when he returns, and he will return, you'll be ready to finish what your parents started. But I'm 5. You won't be 5 forever. Arcturus's gray eyes caught the firelight. And I intend to make sure you're the most dangerous 5-year-old in Britain while you still are. The training began in earnest the next morning. Not magic, Harry's core was still too immature for serious spellwork. Instead, Arcturus started with what he called the foundations. History. Hours of it. The rise and fall of magical families across centuries. The wars and treaties and blood feuds that shaped the current political landscape. The mistakes of previous Lords Potter and Black, analyzed with brutal honesty so Harry could avoid repeating them. Your great-grandfather Fleamont was brilliant, Arcturus said, pacing before a wall covered in genealogical charts. He invented Sleekeasy's hair potion, made a fortune, and married well. But he was also soft, indulgent with his son James, dismissive of political maneuvering. He thought wealth was enough to protect his family. It wasn't. Clearly not. James joined Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix straight out of Hogwarts, painted a target on his back, and died at 21 leaving a single heir with no protection but blood wards tied to a hostile household. Arcturus's voice was harsh. Fleamont's softness killed his line. Harry absorbed this, filing it away. What should he have done differently? Built alliances. Trained his son in politics as well as magic. Prepared contingencies for every possible threat, not just the obvious ones. Arcturus stopped pacing. Your father was brave and talented, Harry. But he was also reckless, impulsive, convinced of his own righteousness. Those traits got him killed. Is that why you're teaching me to be different? I'm teaching you to be smarter. You can still be brave, bravery is a Potter trait, and useful when properly channeled. But blind courage is just suicide with better marketing. Politics came after history. Arcturus produced a diagram of the Waisengamot, each seat labeled with a family name and a series of coded symbols. 62 seats. 28 belong to the sacred 28, the supposedly pure bloodlines. 18 are life appointments held by notable witches and wizards. 16 are elected by the general magical population. He tapped 2 of the seats. You hold 2. Potter and Black. Combined, that gives you roughly 7% of the vote on any measure. That doesn't sound like much. It's not. But votes can be traded, alliances formed, pressure applied. 7% becomes 14 when you ally with the Longbottoms. 18 when you add the Bones. Stack enough minor houses and suddenly you're a power block that can challenge even Dumbledore. Who are our allies? At the moment, the Goblins, though their influence in the Waisengamot is limited. The Tonks family, through Andromeda. And potentially the Malfoys, depending on how the next few weeks go. Harry looked up sharply. Malfoys? I thought they were dark. Yes. Lucius was a Death Eater, though he claimed to be under the Imperius curse. His wife Narcissa is your cousin, a Black by birth, married into the Malfoy family. Arcturus's expression was unreadable. Narcissa has reached out through back channels. She wants to discuss an alliance. Why would she do that? Several possible reasons. Her husband's position is weakening, the Dark Lord is gone, and many of his old associates are quietly distancing themselves from that legacy. The Black family connection gives her an alternative power base. And Arcturus hesitated. And what? There are rumors that Lucius is not a kind man. That Narcissa fears for her son's upbringing. She may be looking for options. Harry thought about that. About a mother afraid for her child, trapped in a household with a man who hurt them. He knew something about that. I'll meet with her, he said. If you think it's wise. I think it's necessary. We need intelligence on the old Death Eater network, and Narcissa is positioned to provide it. But I also think you should be careful. Arcturus fixed him with a hard stare. The Malfoys are not friends. They're potential assets. Never forget the difference. Combat training was Griphook's domain. The Goblin arrived every afternoon through a portal that appeared in Andromeda's garden, dressed in light armor and carrying weapons that gleamed with enchantment. He never wasted time on pleasantries. You're weak, he said on the first day, circling Harry in the training space he'd established in the garden shed. Small, untrained, magically immature. If an enemy attacked you now, you'd die. I know. Good. Acknowledging weakness is the first step to eliminating it. Griphook tossed him a wooden training knife. Catch. Harry caught it. Barely. We'll start with reflexes. Dodge. The next hour was pain. Griphook moved faster than anything Harry had ever seen, his training weapons blurring toward Harry's body at angles that seemed impossible. Harry dodged maybe one strike in 10. The rest landed, leaving welts and bruises that Griphook healed with a wave of his hand before starting again. Again. Faster. I can't, you can. Your body knows how to move, you learned to avoid blows in that household, didn't you? Those instincts are there. We're just refining them. Harry gritted his teeth and focused. Dodged left when the stick came high. Ducked under a sweep. Rolled sideways, came up, the stick hit him in the ribs. He gasped. Better, Griphook said. Still terrible, but better. Again. Weeks passed. Then months. Harry's body changed, slowly at first, then faster as proper nutrition and constant exercise took effect. Muscles he hadn't known he had grew strong. Reflexes sharpened until he could dodge strikes he couldn't even see coming, his body moving on pure instinct. His mind sharpened too. History lessons gave way to political simulations, with Arcturus playing the roles of various Wizengamot members while Harry tried to negotiate outcomes. Andromeda's meditation exercises developed into real occlumency training, building walls in his mind space, learning to feel when someone was trying to breach them. The soul fragment remained a constant presence, not active, but aware. Harry learned to sense it lurking in the shadows of his mind, watching through the door that he was slowly learning to close. "You're making progress," Arcturus said one evening, 3 months after Harry's emergence. "Faster than I expected. I have good teachers. You have demanding teachers. There's a difference." Arcturus set down his tea. "The Wizengamot session next week will be your first major political test. Are you ready? What's on the agenda?" "The Sirius Black matter." Harry went still. "My godfather." "Your godfather, yes. Currently rotting in Azkaban without ever having received a trial. I've verified it, there's no record of proceedings, no evidence presented, no verdict delivered. He was simply imprisoned. Because he betrayed my parents. Because he was believed to have betrayed your parents. There's a difference." Arcturus's grey eyes were sharp. "I knew Sirius. He was a disappointment in many ways, rebellious, reckless, determined to reject everything the Black family stood for. But he loved your father like a brother. The idea that he would betray James Potter. You don't believe it? I believe something doesn't add up. And I believe a man deserves a trial before being thrown to the Dementors for life." Arcturus leaned forward. "If we push for a trial and he's innocent, we gain a powerful ally and expose massive corruption in the ministry. If he's guilty, we've still demonstrated commitment to justice and rule of law. And if he's guilty and executed? Then you've lost a godfather you never knew and gained the moral high ground. Acceptable losses." Harry felt a flash of anger at the cold calculation. But he understood the logic. Arcturus had survived centuries by thinking clearly, not emotionally. "What do you need me to do?" "Demand a trial. Use your lord's privilege to force the matter onto the agenda. Be young and earnest and impossibly reasonable." Arcturus smiled his cold smile. "Let them underestimate you. Then show them exactly how dangerous a 5-year-old can be." The morning of the Wizengamot session dawned grey and cold. Harry dressed in his formal robes, he had several now, each one enchanted to grow with him as his body changed. The Potter and Black crests gleamed on his breast, and both rings were polished to a shine. "You look like a lord," Andromeda said, adjusting his collar. "How do you feel?" "Terrified." She smiled. "Good. That means you understand what's at stake." Her hands lingered on his shoulders. "Remember, you don't have to win today. You just have to plant seeds. Make them think. And if they refuse to listen, then we try again. Politics is a long game, Harry. The important thing is to keep playing." The Floo deposited him in the ministry atrium, where Arcturus was waiting. The old wizard had abandoned his usual robes for something even more formal, deep black with silver embroidery, the Black family crest displayed prominently on his back. He looked ancient and terrible, a relic of a darker age. "Ready?" he asked. Harry nodded. Together, they walked toward the Wizengamot chamber. The chamber was fuller than Harry had ever seen it. Word had spread that Lord Potterblack was pushing for a trial on the Sirius Black matter. Everyone wanted to see what the Child Lord would do next. Harry took his seats, 2 of them, side by side, marked with the Potter and Black crests. Arcturus sat behind him in the Regent's gallery, close enough to advise but forbidden from speaking on the floor. Dumbledore was watching from the Chief Warlock's throne. His expression was carefully neutral, but Harry could feel the weight of those blue eyes. "The session will come to order," Dumbledore said. "Lord Potterblack has requested time to address the body. Given his unique position, I see no reason to deny him. Harry stood. The murmurs died away. Hundreds of eyes fixed on him, some curious, some hostile, some pitying. He ignored them all. "Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot," he said, his voice steady. He'd practiced this speech 100 times. "I come before you today to discuss a matter of justice." "We've read your proposal," Augusta Longbottom interjected. "You want a trial for Sirius Black. I want due process for a man who never received it." Harry turned to address the full chamber. "4 years ago, Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, as well as for his alleged role in the deaths of James and Lily Potter. He has been there ever since. Exposed to Dementors. Denied human contact. Left to rot. He was a Death Eater," someone called out. "A traitor. He deserved worse. Perhaps. But here's the thing." Harry paused, letting the silence stretch. "I've reviewed the records. I've had experts examine the ministry archives. There is no trial transcript. No evidence log. No witness testimony. Sirius Black was never convicted of anything. He was simply imprisoned." The murmurs erupted again, louder this time. "That can't be right," another voice said. "The minister himself signed the order, yes. Minister Bagnold signed an order for emergency detention. That order was supposed to be followed by a trial within 30 days. Harry looked directly at Dumbledore. "It never happened. And the chief warlock at the time, who was the same chief warlock we have today, never demanded one." Dumbledore's face had gone pale. There were circumstances." The old wizard trailed off, and for the first time, Harry saw something like uncertainty in those ancient eyes. "I'm not here to assign blame," Harry said, though he very much was. "I'm here to correct an error. Whatever Sirius Black did or didn't do, he deserves a trial. Every witch and wizard in Britain deserves that basic protection. If we abandon due process for convenience, we're no better than the dark wizards we claim to oppose." Augusta Longbottom was nodding slowly. "So were others, not many, but enough. The law is clear," Harry continued. "Any lord of an ancient house can demand a trial for a member of their family. Sirius Black is a member of House Black. As Lord Black, I am exercising that right. I demand a trial." Dumbledore stirred. "Lord Potterblack, while your passion for justice is admirable, you must understand, Sirius Black is dangerous. Giving him a trial means bringing him out of Azkaban, exposing him to the public, creating opportunities for what? Escape? Defense? The truth coming out?" Harry shook his head. "Those sound like problems for the prosecution, Chief Warlock. Not reasons to deny a man his basic rights." The chamber erupted into argument. Harry sat down and let them fight. Under his breath, he murmured, "How was that?" Behind him, Arcturus's whisper carried. "Perfect." The vote was closer than Harry expected, closer than it should have been, given the obvious injustice of the situation. But in the end, the motion carried by 17 votes. Sirius Black would have his trial. "You've made enemies today," Arcturus said afterward, as they walked through the ministry atrium. "The people who imprisoned him without trial are still in power. They're going to fight. Let them." Harry's jaw was set. If Sirius is innocent, they're the ones who should be afraid. And if he's guilty? Harry was silent for a moment. "Then at least we'll know. And he'll have had a chance to defend himself." Arcturus studied him with something like approval. "You're thinking like a lord. That's good. I'm thinking like someone who spent 4 years in a cupboard because the people in charge decided they knew best." Harry looked up at his ancestor. "I won't do that to anyone else. Even if it's politically inconvenient. Principles are expensive, child. Then I'll pay the price." Arcturus smiled, one of his rare, genuine smiles. Yes. I believe you will. The trial was set for 3 weeks later. In the meantime, Harry had other matters to attend to, including a meeting he'd been both dreading and anticipating. Narcissa Malfoy arrived at Andromeda's house on a Tuesday afternoon, dressed in robes of pale silver that probably cost more than the Tonk's entire wardrobe. She was beautiful in a cold, porcelain way, and when she looked at Harry, her grey eyes, so similar to his own, held something complicated. "Lord Potter Black," she said, inclining her head. "Thank you for agreeing to meet. Lady Malfoy." Harry returned the gesture, matching her formality. "Please, sit." They settled in the parlor, Andromeda serving tea before withdrawing to give them privacy. The sisters had exchanged a long look as Narcissa entered, years of estrangement compressed into a single glance. "I understand you've pushed for Sirius's trial," Narcissa said, once they were alone. "I have. That will displease my husband." "Many things displease your husband, from what I hear." Harry sipped his tea, watching her over the rim. "Did you come to ask me to stop?" "No." Narcissa's perfect composure cracked, just slightly. "I came to warn you. And to offer information." "What kind of information?" "The kind that could get me killed if my husband learned I'd shared it." She set down her teacup, her hands trembling almost imperceptibly. "Sirius didn't betray your parents, Lord Potter Black." "I know he didn't." Harry went very still. "How do you know?" "Because I know who did." Narcissa's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "Peter Pettigrew. He was the secret keeper. Not Sirius." They switched at the last moment, because they thought Sirius was too obvious a target. "Do you have proof?" "No. I have only what my sister Bellatrix told me once, in a moment of gloating. She thought I'd be pleased to learn how the Potters were truly betrayed." Narcissa's grey eyes were haunted. "I wasn't pleased. I was horrified. But I said nothing, because Lucius would have killed me for showing weakness." Harry processed this. If Narcissa was telling the truth, it changed everything. Sirius was innocent. Peter Pettigrew was the traitor. And the Ministry had imprisoned the wrong man for 4 years. "Why tell me this now?" Narcissa was silent for a long moment. "Because I have a son. Draco. He's 5 years old, the same as you. And I watch him grow up in a house where cruelty is praised and kindness is weakness, and I know. I know what he'll become if nothing changes. You want to protect him. I want to save him. From his father's legacy. From the path my family has walked for generations." She met Harry's eyes. "The Black family is changing under your leadership. Even I can see it. You represent something different, a new way forward. I want my son to have access to that path. And in exchange? In exchange, I offer you everything I know about my husband's associates, his businesses, his secrets. I offer you an alliance that Lucius knows nothing about. And I offer you my loyalty, for whatever it's worth, from a woman who has spent her entire life pretending to have none." Harry studied her. He thought about Arcturus's warnings, the Malfoys are not friends, they're potential assets. He thought about his own instincts, the ones that had been honed by years of survival. But he also thought about the fear in her eyes. The trembling in her hands. The desperation of a mother trying to save her child. He knew something about that too. "I accept your information," he said finally. "And I accept your offer of alliance. But I need you to understand something, Lady Malfoy. If you betray me, if you hurt my family or my friends or anyone under my protection, I will destroy you. Not politically. Not financially. I will end you, and I will make sure Draco knows exactly why." Narcissa didn't flinch. "I would expect nothing less." "Good." Harry extended his hand. "Then we have an agreement." She took it. Her grip was cold, but steady. "One more thing, Harry said as she rose to leave. My cousin Draco. I'd like to meet him. Something flickered in Narcissa's eyes, hope, maybe, or relief. I think that could be arranged. Nymphadora Tonks was 11 years old, ridiculously clumsy, and absolutely determined to make Harry laugh. Watch this, she said, scrunching up her face in concentration. Her features shifted, nose lengthening, chin sharpening, hair cycling through a rainbow of colors before settling on bright turquoise. How do I look? She asked, in a perfect imitation of Professor McGonagall's Scottish burr. Harry smiled despite himself. Like a professor having an identity crisis. Yes. Nymphadora, Dora, she insisted, or Tonks if he absolutely had to, pumped her fist. Got you to smile. That's 3 times today. I'm keeping score. Why? Because you're too serious. And I know you've got a lot of serious things happening, with the politics and the training and the whole Lord of 2 ancient houses thing. But you're also 5, and 5-year-olds are supposed to have fun sometimes. Harry considered this. I don't really know how to have fun. Then I'll teach you. Dora grabbed his hand. Come on. Mum's got a broom in the shed. Let's see if you can fly. He could fly. More than that, he was good at it. The moment Harry's feet left the ground, something clicked. The broom responded to his slightest touch, banking and diving and climbing as naturally as breathing. He shot across the garden, through the trees, higher and higher until the house below was a toy and the sky above was infinite. Bloody hell, Dora breathed when he finally landed. You're a natural. It felt. Harry struggled for words. Right. Like the broom was part of me. That's the Potter blood. Your dad was a Quidditch star, chaser and seeker both. Mum says he was the best flyer she ever saw. Dora grinned. Looks like you inherited the talent. Harry looked at the broom in his hands. His father's talent. His father's blood. For the first time, being Harry Potter felt like something other than a burden. The morning of Sirius Black's trial, Harry woke before dawn. He dressed carefully, checking his appearance in the mirror, robes perfect, hair manageable for once, both rings gleaming. His reflection looked back at him with serious green eyes. You can do this, he told himself. Whatever happens, you can handle it. Andromeda was waiting in the kitchen with breakfast. She didn't speak, just set a plate in front of him and sat across the table, her presence a comfort. I had a dream last night, Harry said quietly. About my parents. They were proud of me. I'm sure they would be. They said to trust myself. To follow my instincts. He looked up. Is that good advice? It depends on the instincts. Andromeda smiled gently. Yours seem pretty solid so far. The flue activated, and Arcturus stepped through. He was dressed in full formal regalia, the black family crest blazing on his robes. It's time, he said. The trial chamber was packed. Every seat was filled. Witches and wizards stood in the aisles, craned their necks from doorways, crowded into every available space. The accused, Sirius Black, would be brought up from the holding cells at the ministry's basement. Harry took his seat, feeling the weight of attention pressing down on him. He'll be changed, Arcturus murmured beside him. For years with the Dementors. Prepare yourself. But nothing could have prepared Harry for what he saw when the guards brought Sirius in. The man was a skeleton wrapped in skin. Sunken cheeks, hollow eyes, matted hair falling past his shoulders. His prison robes hung off him like a shroud, and his wrists were bound with chains that seemed cruelly heavy for his wasted frame. But when those hollow eyes found Harry, something in them lit up. Harry. The voice was a rasp, barely audible. Merlin. You look just like James. The chains rattled as Sirius strained forward. The guards yanked him back, forcing him into the chair at the center of the chamber. Magical restraints wrapped around his arms and legs, binding him in place. Dumbledore stood. We are gathered to try Sirius Black on charges of murder, conspiracy, and betrayal of the Potter family. The prosecution may begin. The prosecution was brutal. Witness after witness testified to Sirius's crimes. The explosion that killed Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. His laughter at the scene, maniacal and unrepentant. His known association with dark wizards, his estrangement from the Black family, his volatile temper. Harry listened, his face expressionless, filing away every detail. The defense may present its case, Dumbledore said, when the prosecution finally finished. Sirius's court-appointed lawyer stood nervously. We, request the use of Veritaserum to establish the truth of the defendant's claims. Objection, the prosecutor snapped. Veritaserum can be fooled by skilled occlumens. The defendant has been in Azkaban for 4 years, Harry interrupted, rising from his seat. His occlumency shields, if he ever had any, would have been destroyed by constant Dementor exposure. Veritaserum will be effective. The chamber murmured. Dumbledore looked conflicted, but Harry pressed on. Unless the prosecution is afraid of what the truth might reveal. The prosecutor's face reddened. I'm afraid of nothing. But the precedent is that we want justice, not conviction at any cost. Harry's voice rang clear through the chamber. If Sirius Black is guilty, the Veritaserum will prove it. If he's innocent, we deserve to know. What possible reason could anyone have to refuse? Silence. Dumbledore's gaze met Harry's. Something passed between them, acknowledgement, maybe. Respect. The motion is approved, Dumbledore said. Administer the Veritaserum. The question started simple. What is your name? Sirius Black. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? No. Gasps rippled through the chamber. Harry leaned forward. Who was the secret keeper? Peter Pettigrew. Sirius's voice was flat, emotionless, the Veritaserum stripping away any pretense. We switched at the last moment. I was the obvious choice, so I suggested using Peter instead. No one would suspect him. We thought he was loyal. What happened the night the Potters died? I felt something wrong through the emergency ward I had on the cottage. I operated there immediately. Found the house destroyed. James and Lily dead. Harry crying in the ruins. A tear tracked down Sirius's hollow cheek. I tried to take him. Hagrid stopped me. Said Dumbledore wanted the boy. And then? I went after Peter. I knew it had to be him. He was the only one who could have told Voldemort where they were. Sirius's jaw clenched. I found him in a Muggle street. He started screaming that I had betrayed James and Lily. Before I could curse him, he blew up the street, cut off his finger, and transformed. Transformed. Peter was an illegal animagus. A rat. He turned into a rat and escaped through the sewers while I stood there in the wreckage, surrounded by dead Muggles, holding his finger. Something like a laugh escaped Sirius's cracked lips. The Aurors arrived 30 seconds later. I was still laughing. It was just so absurd. That Peter could outsmart us all. The chamber was in chaos. People were shouting, arguing, demanding answers. How had this happened? How had an innocent man been imprisoned for 4 years? Who was responsible? Harry sat quietly, watching. He watched Dumbledore's face drain of color. Watched Fudge, the current minister, sputter and deny and point fingers. Watched the carefully maintained order of the Wizengamot crumble into recrimination. Order. Dumbledore finally thundered, magic backing his voice. Silence fell. This evidence is disturbing. If what Mr. Black says is true, it is true. Harry stood again. The Veritaserum cannot be fooled by someone in his condition. We all know that. Then there are serious questions to be answered, questions for another day. Right now, there's only one question that matters. Harry turned to face the full chamber. Sirius Black did not betray my parents. He did not kill Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew is alive somewhere, wearing his rat form, hiding from justice. Sirius Black is innocent. He looked at Dumbledore. Chief Warlock. The verdict? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. His eyes were ancient, weary, filled with the weight of a mistake that could never be undone. Not guilty, he said quietly. On all charges. Sirius Black is to be released immediately. The chains around Sirius's wrists fell away. They met in a private room off the main chamber, Harry, Arcturus, and Sirius. The freed man was weeping. Not dramatically, not loudly, just silent tears streaming down his wasted face as he looked at his godson. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry. I should have been there. I should have raised you. I should have, it's not your fault." Harry crossed the room and, after a moment's hesitation, took Sirius's hand. "You were betrayed. We were both betrayed. But we're here now." Sirius's grip tightened like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. "You look so much like James. But your eyes. Lily's eyes. So I've been told." A watery laugh escaped Sirius. "And you sound like her too. She was always the practical one. James would have hugged me already." Harry smiled. "Then let me be more like my father." He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his godfather. Sirius crumpled, sobbing openly now, holding Harry like he might disappear at any moment. Behind them, Arcturus watched with an expression that might have been satisfaction. Recovery took time. The healers at St. Mungo's said Sirius would need months of treatment before he was anything close to healthy. The Dementor exposure had done terrible damage, to his body, his mind, his magic. There were days when he didn't recognize anyone, when he screamed at shadows and begged for mercy from things that weren't there. But there were also good days. Days when he told Harry stories about James and Lily, about their years at Hogwarts, about the pranks they'd pulled and the adventures they'd had. Days when his eyes were clear and his laughter was real. "Your father would be proud of you," he said one evening, sitting in the garden at the Tonks house. "What you've done, standing up to the Wizengamot, demanding justice. That's exactly what he would have done." "Really? Really?" James was never afraid of authority. He respected it when it earned respect, and he tore it apart when it didn't. Sirius smiled, looking almost healthy in the fading sunlight. "You've got his fire. And Lily's brain. That's a dangerous combination. Good dangerous or bad dangerous? Depends on who's asking." Sirius's smile faded. "Harry, there are things coming. Things you need to know about. The man who killed your parents, Voldemort. I know. Arcturus told me he might not be truly dead. He's not." Sirius's voice was grim. "I felt it, in Azkaban. The Dementors showed me things, my worst memories, my greatest fears. But also, glimpses. Of something dark and broken, clinging to existence. Waiting. The soul fragments." Sirius's eyes widened. "You know about those?" "I'm carrying one. In my scar." A long silence. Sirius stared at him, horror and grief warring on his face. "We're working on removing it," Harry added quickly. "The goblins have techniques. It will take time, but, I failed you." Sirius's voice cracked. "I failed James and Lily, and I failed you, and now you're carrying a piece of that monster inside you. You didn't fail anyone. Peter betrayed us. Dumbledore made mistakes. The ministry was corrupt." Harry gripped Sirius's arm. "But none of that is your fault. And feeling guilty won't help us win." Sirius looked at him, really looked at him, seeing past the child to the person beneath. When did you get so wise? I had good teachers. Harry smiled. And bad experiences. The combination tends to accelerate things. 6 months after his release, Sirius Black stood in the Wizengamot chamber and offered his oath of loyalty to Lord Potterblack. Harry stopped him. I don't want your oath, he said, in front of the full assembly. I don't want your loyalty as a political asset or a family obligation. I want my godfather. I want the man my parents chose to protect me. Sirius's eyes glistened. You have him. You've always had him. Then stand beside me. Not behind me. Harry extended his hand. As family. As equals. Sirius took it. And for the first time since that terrible night 4 years ago, Harry felt like he truly wasn't alone. Dumbledore requested a meeting 2 weeks later. Harry agreed. He brought Arcturus and Sirius as backup, but insisted on speaking with the headmaster privately first. They met in a small conference room at the Ministry, neutral ground. Lord Potterblack. Dumbledore's voice was tired. He looked older than Harry remembered, the weight of his mistakes visible in every line of his face. Thank you for agreeing to see me. I wasn't sure I would. But my advisors suggested it might be productive. Arcturus always was pragmatic. A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. I want to apologize. For the Dursleys. For Sirius. For the many ways I failed you without intending to. Your intentions don't really matter to me, Chief Warlock. Results do. I know. And I know I cannot undo what's been done. Dumbledore leaned forward. But I hope we can move forward. There are threats facing the magical world, threats you're only beginning to understand. We should be allies, not adversaries. Should we? Harry studied the old wizard. You had 4 years to be my ally, Professor Dumbledore. Instead, you placed me with abusers and ignored reports of my treatment. You allowed an innocent man to rot in Azkaban rather than ensure he received a trial. You made decisions about my life without ever consulting me or considering my well-being. You thought you knew best. And maybe you did, in some cosmic sense I can't understand. Maybe the blood wards really were the only protection that would work. Maybe Sirius's trial really would have been too dangerous at the time. Harry shook his head. But you didn't explain any of that to me. You didn't ask for my input. You treated me like a piece on a game board, not a person. Dumbledore was silent. I don't hate you, Harry continued. I don't think you're evil. But I don't trust you either. And until that changes, until you prove that you see me as a partner and not a pawn, we can't be allies. What would it take? To prove myself? Harry considered the question. Transparency. Tell me what you know about Voldemort. About the soul fragments. About whatever greater good you think justifies treating people like chess pieces. Give me the information I need to make my own choices. Some of that information is dangerous. In the wrong hands, my hands aren't wrong. They're mine. Harry stood. That's the deal, Chief Warlock. Full disclosure or nothing. You have a month to decide. He walked to the door. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him. For what it's worth. I am sorry. Truly. Harry looked back. The old wizard's blue eyes were wet. I believe you, Harry said quietly. But being sorry isn't the same as being trusted. You have a month. He walked out. That night, in the quiet of his room at the Tonks house, Harry stared at the ceiling and thought about the future. So much had changed in 6 months. He had a family now, Andromeda and Ted, Dora and Sirius. He had teachers who pushed him to be better and allies who watched his back. He had power, influence, resources beyond anything he'd imagined. And he had enemies. The Covenant, still lurking in the shadows. The Ministry officials who'd been embarrassed by Sirius's trial. The Death Eaters who'd evaded justice and were slowly rebuilding their networks. The fragment of Voldemort that lived in his scar, waiting. The houses of Potter and Black will choose their own allies, he'd said to the Wizengamot. And their own enemies. It was time to make good on that promise. Tomorrow, he would begin preparing for the next phase. Learning more about the Covenant. Building stronger alliances. Training harder, studying more, becoming the lord his houses needed. But tonight, he allowed himself a moment of peace. He was Harry James Potter. Lord of 2 ancient houses. Godson, nephew, cousin, friend. And for the first time in his life, he was exactly where he belonged. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Blood and Vaults. The cart plunged through darkness at speeds that would have killed an unprotected human. Harry barely noticed anymore. After months of regular visits to Gringotts, the screaming descents and hairpin turns had become almost comfortable. The wind tore at his robes and his stomach lurched with every drop, but his hands stayed loose on the safety rail and his breathing stayed even. Griphook sat beside him, utterly impassive. The Goblin had accompanied Harry on every vault visit, his presence both protection and assessment. Harry knew he was being watched, evaluated, judged worthy or wanting with every choice he made. Today's journey was taking them deeper than ever before. "We're past the dragon levels," Harry observed as they shot through a cavern lit by phosphorescent fungi. "Yes." "And the high-security vaults?" "Yes." "So where exactly are we going?" Griphook's mouth curved slightly. "The deep archives. Where the oldest families keep their most dangerous treasures." The cart banked hard left, through a waterfall of liquid silver that parted around them like a curtain. Beyond it, the tunnel narrowed, the walls pressing close enough that Harry could have touched them if he'd been foolish enough to extend his arms. Then the tunnel opened into something vast. Harry's breath caught. The chamber before them was the size of a cathedral, carved from living crystal that caught and fractured the dim light into 1,000 rainbows. Massive stalactites hung from the ceiling, each one etched with runes that pulsed with soft illumination. And along the walls, rising tier upon tier until they vanished into the heights above, were doors. Hundreds of them. Thousands, maybe. Each one unique, some wood, some metal, some stone, some materials Harry couldn't identify. Each one sealed with wards that made his magical senses tingle. "The Vault of Vaults," Griphook said, as the cart slowed to a stop on a platform overlooking the chamber. "The deepest level of Gringotts. Where we keep the things that even we are afraid to disturb. Both my families have vaults here. Your families have vaults everywhere. But yes, the oldest Potter artifacts and the most dangerous black heirlooms are stored at this depth." Griphook stepped out of the cart. "Today, you'll be visiting the Black Vault. There's something inside that your ancestor believes you need to see." Harry followed the Goblin down a winding staircase carved into the crystal wall. As they descended, the air grew colder, heavier. Magic pressed against his skin like a physical weight. "What kind of something?" "I don't know. The vault has been sealed for over a century. Even Lord Arcturus couldn't open the innermost chamber." Griphook glanced back at him. "He believes you can." "Why me?" "Because you're the first true heir in 4 generations. The first to claim both Potter and Black magic simultaneously. The first to pass the judgment of both rings." The Goblin's black eyes glittered. "Whatever's in that chamber has been waiting for someone like you." They reached a door of black iron, covered in silver runes that writhed and shifted as Harry watched. A massive lock dominated the center, not a keyhole, but a depression in the shape of a hand. "Blood and magic," Griphook said. "Press your hand to the lock. If the vault accepts you, it will open." Harry looked at the door for a long moment. Something about it felt wrong, not evil, exactly, but heavy with significance. Whatever waited beyond had been hidden for a reason. He pressed his hand to the lock anyway. Pain lanced through his palm as the metal bit into his flesh, drawing blood. Magic surged through the connection, probing, testing, tasting his power and his lineage. For a heartbeat, Harry felt something ancient and aware examining him, deciding whether he was worthy. Then the door swung open. The black vault was nothing like Harry had expected. No mountains of gold, no jewel-encrusted artifacts, no obvious displays of wealth and power. Instead, the chamber was almost austere, bare stone walls, a simple floor of polished obsidian, and rows of glass cases containing objects that radiated quiet menace. Harry walked slowly down the central aisle, examining each case in turn. A dagger with a blade that seemed to drink the light. A mirror whose surface showed not his reflection but something darker, watching. A book bound in leather that might have been human skin, its pages rustling despite the still air. "Lovely collection," he murmured. "The Black family has spent centuries accumulating artifacts of power," Griphook said from the doorway. "Not all of them acquired through legitimate means." "I noticed." Harry paused before a case containing a locket, silver, with an ornate S worked into the design. His scar prickled as he looked at it. "This one feels different." Griphook moved closer, examining the locket without touching the case. "Interesting. It's radiating the same signature as your scar." "A soul fragment?" "Possibly. We would need to examine it more closely to be certain." The goblin made a note on a small tablet he'd produced from somewhere. "I'll have our cursebreakers assess it. If it is what you suspect, it changes our understanding of the Dark Lord's protection significantly." Harry filed that information away and continued deeper into the vault. The artifacts grew older as he progressed, Bronze Age weapons, Roman jewelry, things that might have predated human civilization entirely. The magic emanating from them grew stronger, more complex. And then he reached the back wall. A second door, smaller than the first but somehow more imposing. This one had no runes, no obvious lock, just smooth black stone that seemed to absorb his gaze. "This is it," Harry said. "The inner chamber. Lord Arcturus spent decades trying to open it. He brought in cursebreakers, ward specialists, even a team of unspeakables he bribed. Nothing worked." Harry approached the door. Unlike the outer vault, this one didn't radiate menace or danger. It felt almost patient. Like it had been waiting a very long time for someone to ask the right question. He pressed his palm against the stone. Nothing happened. He tried pushing magic through his hand, the way he'd learned in his training. Still nothing. The door doesn't respond to force, he realized. Or blood. Or standard ward-breaking techniques. Obviously. Harry stepped back, studying the featureless surface. No runes, no lock, no apparent mechanism at all. Just stone. But stone didn't just appear in the deepest vault of a magical bank. It was placed there, carved there, enchanted there by someone who wanted to protect something important. "It's not a door," he said slowly. "It's a test. Like the black ring, it's judging whether I'm worthy to pass. The black ring tested your bloodline and your will. What would this test?" Harry thought about it. About the Black family motto, toujours pur, and about what that meant beyond simple blood purity. About the artifacts he'd just walked past, each one dangerous, each one requiring judgment to use responsibly. "Wisdom," he said. "Not just power or lineage or determination. It wants to know if I understand what I'm asking for." He turned to face the door again. "I don't know what's behind you," he said, feeling slightly foolish talking to a wall. "I don't know if it's treasure or weapons or knowledge or something else entirely. I'm 6 years old. I've been a lord for less than a year. I've made mistakes and I'll make more." The stone remained silent. "But I'm not asking to open you because I want power or because I think I deserve what's inside. I'm asking because my family is in danger. Because there are enemies who want to destroy everything my ancestors built. Because I need every advantage I can get to protect the people I love. Still nothing. Harry took a deep breath. I'm asking because I'm afraid. Because I don't know if I'm strong enough or smart enough or good enough to face what's coming. And I'd rather admit that and ask for help than pretend I have all the answers. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the stone rippled like water, and a doorway appeared where there had been only solid rock. The chamber beyond was small, barely larger than Harry's bedroom at the Tonks house. The walls were covered in writing, carved directly into the stone in a language he didn't recognize. In the center of the room, on a simple pedestal of black marble, sat a single object. A ring. Not a lordship ring, this was something else entirely. Silver band, set with a stone that shifted colors as Harry watched, cycling through the entire spectrum and back again. What is it? He whispered. A voice answered, not Griphooks, but something older, rougher, emanating from the walls themselves. The Ring of Judgment. Forged by Corvinus Black in the Age of Shadows. Worn by those who would lead the family through darkness. Harry approached the pedestal slowly. What does it do? It shows the truth. The wearer can see through deception, perceive hidden intentions, know the heart of those they face. That sounds useful. It is. But all power has a price. The voice paused. The ring shows truth without mercy. You will see the darkness in your allies as clearly as in your enemies. You will know the lies people tell themselves, the petty cruelties they hide behind smiles. You will never be able to believe in simple goodness again. Harry stared at the ring. It was beautiful in its way, the shifting colors hypnotic and alluring. Is that why it's been locked away? Because the price is too high? It is locked away because those who wore it before could not bear what they saw. They became paranoid, isolated, convinced that all those around them harbored hidden betrayal. The ring destroyed them as surely as any curse. Then why show it to me? Because you passed the test. You asked for help out of love and fear, not ambition and pride. That makes you different from those who came before. Harry looked at the ring for a long time. He thought about Arcturus, with his cold calculations and his ruthless pragmatism. About Dumbledore, with his grandfatherly facade hiding a chess master's mind. About Narcissa, who had offered loyalty while clearly holding back secrets of her own. He thought about how useful it would be to see through all of that. To know who truly meant him well and who was using him for their own ends. And then he thought about Andromeda's gentle kindness. About Sirius's desperate love. About Dora's ridiculous faces and Ted's quiet warmth. Did he really want to see the darkness in them too? No, he said. The voice seemed surprised. No. I don't want to wear it. Not now, maybe not ever. Harry stepped back from the pedestal. I've spent my whole life learning to read people, to sense danger, to know when someone was about to hurt me. I don't need a ring to do that. And I don't want to lose the ability to trust the people who actually care about me. The ring could protect you from betrayal. Or it could make me so paranoid that I push away everyone who might help me. That's not protection, that's just a different kind of prison. Harry met the empty air where the voice seemed to originate. I appreciate the offer. But I'll find another way. Silence. Then, slowly, the voice spoke again, and this time, it sounded almost pleased. You are wiser than your ancestors. The ring will remain here, waiting. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find it. Thank you. One more thing, young lord. The walls seem to pulse with dim light. The enemies you face are older and more patient than you know. They have been feeding on magical bloodlines for millennia. The Dark Lord who killed your parents was merely their tool, a hammer aimed at the foundations of our world. The Covenant of the Hollow. You know the name. Good. But do you know their purpose? Harry thought back to everything Arcturus had told him. They want to harvest the magic of ancient bloodlines. Use it for some kind of ritual. Close. They believe that when the great houses fall, the accumulated power of generations flows into the void between worlds. They have learned to collect that power, to store it, to build toward a moment when they will have enough to reshape reality itself. Reshape it how? According to their design. They would make themselves gods, eternal, omnipotent, beyond death or consequence. The voice grew heavier. They have been working toward this goal since before the founders built Hogwarts. Every war, every plague, every natural disaster that has decimated magical bloodlines, their influence can be traced through all of it. Harry felt cold despite himself. How do I stop them? By surviving. By growing strong enough that they cannot harvest your lines. By finding their hidden places and destroying their collected power before they can use it. The walls began to dim. One warning, young lord. They know of your emergence. They have agents everywhere, in the ministry, in Hogwarts, perhaps even among those you trust. Be careful who you confide in. The Covenant has survived for millennia by ensuring that those who learn too much do not live to share their knowledge. The light faded entirely. Wait, Harry started. But the voice was gone, and he was standing alone in a small chamber with a ring he'd chosen not to take and warnings that made his blood run cold. You turned down the ring of judgment. Arcturus's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the surprise in his grey eyes. They were in the old wizard's study, the fire crackling low in the hearth. Harry had returned from Gringotts an hour ago and immediately reported what he'd found. I did. That ring is one of the most powerful artifacts our family possesses. It would have given you an enormous advantage in the games we're playing. It would have made me paranoid and isolated. I've seen what that looks like. Harry met his ancestor's gaze. You spent decades alone in a crypt because you couldn't trust anyone enough to let them help you. I don't want to end up the same way. Arcturus was quiet for a long moment. You're not wrong, he said finally. The ring. I considered wearing it, once. When I was hunting the Covenant. I thought it would help me identify their agents. He shook his head. I chose not to, for reasons similar to yours. But I've always wondered if that was the right decision. Do you still wonder? Sometimes. In the dark hours of the night, when I think about all the people who betrayed me over the years. If I'd worn the ring, would I have seen it coming? Would my children still be alive? Harry had no answer for that. The warning you received, Arcturus continued, shifting topics. About the Covenant's agents being everywhere. That aligns with my own research. They've infiltrated every major institution in the wizarding world. We can't trust anyone outside our immediate circle. Not even our allies in the Wizengamot. Especially not them. Political allies are the most easily compromised. Arcturus leaned back in his chair. There's something else. You mentioned a locket in the vault, one that felt like your scar. Griphook is having it analyzed. He thinks it might be another soul fragment. If it is, that confirms what we suspected. Voldemort didn't create just one Horcrux, he created multiple. The fragment in your scar, the locket, and who knows how many others. How many can there be? 7 is a magically significant number. If he was going for stability, he would have aimed for 6 fragments plus his main soul. Arcturus's expression was grim. That means there could be 4 more Horcruxes hidden somewhere in Britain. 4 anchors keeping him tied to this world. Harry thought about that. About the green light in his nightmares, the cold presence lurking behind the door in his mind. About a dark wizard who had conquered death itself by tearing his soul into pieces and hiding them across the country. We need to find them, he said. Find them and destroy them before he can come back. Agreed. But Horcrux hunting is dangerous work, the objects are usually heavily protected, and destroying them requires specialized magic. Arcturus paused. There's a legend about a substance called basilisk venom. It's one of the few things potent enough to destroy a soul fragment. Where do we get basilisk venom? That's the problem. Basilisks are incredibly rare, the last known specimen was killed centuries ago. We might have to look for alternative methods. A knock at the door interrupted them. Sirius entered, his face tense. There's a problem. The Ministry just issued an arrest warrant for Narcissa Malfoy. The warrant charged Narcissa with conspiracy to commit treason. According to the document Sirius had obtained, someone had provided the DMLE with evidence that she'd been passing information to enemies of the Ministry. The evidence was thin, circumstantial at best, but it was enough to justify an arrest. It's the Covenant, Harry said, reading through the warrant. They know she's been talking to us. This is their response. Most likely, Arcturus agreed. Narcissa knew the risks when she approached us. But this is faster than I expected. Someone high in the Ministry must have authorized the warrant personally. Can we stop it? Legally? Probably not. The charges are technically valid, even if the evidence is manufactured. If she's arrested, we can fight for her release through the courts, but that could take months. Harry thought about Draco. About a 5-year-old boy watching his mother dragged away in chains. Where is she now? Still at Malfoy Manor. The Aurors will be dispatched within the hour. Then we need to get her out first. Harry stood. Sirius, can you create a distraction? Something that will draw attention away from the manor. His godfather grinned, a shadow of his old roguish charm. I think I can manage something. Arcturus, I need you to prepare a safe house. Somewhere the Ministry can't find her, protected by our family wards. The Black Estate in Wales is unplottable. It will serve. Good. Harry headed for the door. I'm going to get Narcissa myself. Harry, Arcturus started. She trusted us. She came to us because she wanted to protect her son, and now she's being punished for it. I'm not going to let her down. He was gone before anyone could argue. Malfoy Manor rose against the twilight sky like something out of a nightmare. Harry had apparat to the edge of the property, a skill he'd learned far earlier than most wizards, thanks to Goblin training, and now stood studying the massive gates that barred his way. The wards here were powerful. Old magic, layered over centuries, designed to keep out anyone the Malfoys didn't want inside. But Harry wasn't just anyone. He pressed his hand against the gate, letting his black family magic flow into the metal. The wards recognized him, not as an intruder, but as family. A black heir had standing here, regardless of the current owner's wishes. The gates swung open. He walked up the long drive, past manicured hedges and silent fountains, toward the imposing facade of the manor itself. His footsteps echoed on the gravel, the only sound in the evening stillness. The front doors opened as he approached, and Narcissa stepped out. She looked different from the last time he'd seen her, paler, thinner, with dark circles under her eyes. But her spine was straight and her expression was controlled. Lord Potter Black. I wasn't expecting you. The Ministry has issued a warrant for your arrest. They'll be here within the hour. A flicker of fear crossed her face, quickly suppressed. I see. May I ask how you learned this? Sirius has contacts in the DMLE. They warned us. Harry climbed the steps to stand beside her. I'm offering you sanctuary. A safe house, protected by Black family wards. The Ministry won't be able to touch you there. And Draco? He comes too. Both of you. Narcissa was silent for a moment, her gray eyes searching his face. You barely know me. We've spoken twice. Why would you risk yourself to help me? Because you came to me in good faith, and now you're being punished for it. Because you wanted to protect your son, and I know something about what it's like to need protection and not receive it. Harry met her gaze. And because House Black protects its own. You're my cousin, whether we know each other well or not. Something shifted in Narcissa's expression. Not quite gratitude, she was too proud for that, but something close. Lucius is away on business. He won't know we've left until it's too late. She stepped back. Give me 5 minutes to gather Draco and essential belongings. You have 3. The Aurors won't wait. She nodded and disappeared into the manor. Harry turned to watch the gates, his senses stretched for any sign of approaching enemies. The evening was quiet, but he could feel tension building in the air, the calm before a storm. 3 minutes later, Narcissa reappeared with a small boy clutching her hand. Draco Malfoy was pale and pointed, with his father's coloring and his mother's features. He looked at Harry with wide, frightened eyes. "Is it true?" he asked. "Are they coming to take Mother away?" "Not if I can help it." Harry held out his hand. "I'm Harry. We're cousins." Draco stared at the offered hand, then at his mother. Narcissa nodded slightly. The boy shook Harry's hand. His grip was trembling, but he was trying hard to be brave. "We need to move," Harry said. "I'm going to apparate us to the safe house. It will feel strange, but don't let go of my hands." He took Narcissa's hand in his left and Draco's in his right. Drew on his magic, focused on the coordinates Arcturus had given him, a crack of displaced air, and the world compressed around them. When it reformed, they were standing in a courtyard surrounded by ancient stone walls, under a sky full of unfamiliar stars. "Welcome to Blackthorn Hall," Harry said. "You're safe here." The Welsh safe house was smaller than Malfoy Manor but infinitely more comfortable. Harry left Narcissa and Draco settling into their rooms and stepped outside to clear his head. The night air was cold and clean, carrying the scent of pine from the surrounding forest. He'd done it. Extracted them before the Aurors arrived, brought them somewhere the Ministry couldn't follow. Arcturus would be furious about the risk he'd taken, but Harry didn't regret it. This was what it meant to be a lord. Not just politics and power games, but protecting the people who depended on him. A rustle in the shadows made him turn. 3 figures emerged from the treeline. They wore dark robes, their faces hidden behind masks of pale wood carved with symbols that made Harry's scar burn. "Lord Potter Black," the lead figure said. The voice was cold, cultured, utterly without emotion. "You've been causing problems." Harry's wand was in his hand before he finished processing the threat. "The Covenant, I presume. We have many names. But yes, we are the inheritors of the ancient wisdom, the keepers of the true flame." The figure stepped closer. "You carry something that belongs to us. A fragment of our greatest tool. Voldemort. He was your tool. One of many, over the centuries. He served his purpose, weakening the old bloodlines, creating chaos that allowed us to operate unnoticed." The mask tilted slightly. "His failure was, unfortunate. But we've learned patience over the millennia. There will be other tools. Not if I destroy your Horcruxes first." A ripple of what might have been amusement passed through the 3 figures. "The Horcruxes are irrelevant. Useful for containing the fragment we need, but ultimately temporary. Vessels. Our true power lies elsewhere." "Where?" "You'll learn, in time. Assuming you survive the next few minutes." The 3 figures raised their wands simultaneously. Harry dove sideways as the first curse tore through the space where he'd been standing. He rolled, came up firing, his training taking over as conscious thought gave way to instinct. A goblin-taught cutting curse caught one of the figures in the shoulder, spinning them around. The second figure conjured a shield that absorbed Harry's next 3 spells. The third was circling, trying to flank him. He was outmatched. He knew it even as he fought, deflecting curses, dodging killing curses that screamed past his ears. These weren't ordinary dark wizards, they moved with the precision of people who'd been fighting for centuries. A bludgeoning hex caught him in the chest, lifting him off his feet and slamming him into the courtyard wall. His wand flew from his grip. His vision swam. Enough, the lead figure said, advancing on him. You're talented for a child, but talent isn't enough. You lack experience, power, the wisdom that comes only with age. Harry struggled to rise, but his body wouldn't cooperate. Something was broken, ribs, maybe. Every breath was agony. We're not going to kill you. Not yet. You're too valuable, both bloodlines in a single vessel. When the time comes, your sacrifice will contribute more to our great work than 100 lesser houses. The figure knelt beside him, close enough that Harry could see the faint glow of inhuman eyes behind the mask. But we can't have you interfering with our operations. So we're going to leave you with a reminder of our power. Something to encourage, cooperation. A hand reached toward his forehead, toward his scar. The night exploded into silver fire. Sirius Black had many flaws, but his timing was impeccable. He operated into the courtyard with a crack like thunder, already casting. Silver flames erupted from his wand, forming a barrier between Harry and the Covenant agents. Behind him, Arcturus emerged from the shadows, his magic cold and terrible as he engaged the nearest figure. Harry. Sirius was at his side in an instant, hauling him up. Can you move? I think, maybe. Good enough. Sirius's arm wrapped around his waist, supporting his weight. Arcturus. Go. The old wizard's voice was strained. He was holding off two of the agents simultaneously, his shields flickering under their combined assault. Get him out of here. I'm not leaving you, that's an order, boy. These are Covenant elites, they'll kill us all if we stay. Sirius hesitated for one agonizing moment. Then he grabbed Harry tighter and operated. They reappeared in the receiving room of the Tonks house. Andromeda was there instantly, her healer's training taking over as she assessed Harry's injuries. 3 broken ribs, internal bleeding, magical exhaustion. What happened? Covenant ambush, Sirius said. He was pale, his hands shaking. They were waiting for him at Blackthorn Hall. I don't know how they knew. They have agents everywhere. Harry's voice was a whisper. The voice in the vault, it warned me. Don't talk. Save your strength. Andromeda was already casting healing spells, her wand tracing complex patterns over his chest. The bleeding is stopped. I need to mend the ribs before they puncture anything else. The pain was extraordinary. Harry bit down on the inside of his cheek to keep from screaming as his bones shifted and knit back together. Arcturus, he managed. Sirius shook his head. I don't know. He stayed behind to cover our retreat. I haven't been able to reach him. Fear cut through the pain. Arcturus was ancient and powerful, but he'd been facing multiple Covenant agents alone. If they killed him, the flue flared green. Arcturus stumbled through, his robes torn and bloody, one arm hanging at an unnatural angle. But he was alive. They retreated, he gasped, collapsing into a chair. Once they realized backup had arrived, they pulled back. But they'll be back. They know where. We are now. How? Harry demanded, pushing himself up despite Andromeda's protests. How did they find us? Arcturus's gray eyes were bleak. There's a traitor. Someone in our inner circle. Someone who knew about Blackthorn Hall and told them we'd be there. The words hung in the air like a curse. A traitor. Among them. Someone Harry had trusted, had confided in, had believed was on his side. Who? Sirius asked. I don't know. But we need to find out, quickly, before they strike again. Arcturus winced as Andromeda began working on his arm. Harry, that ring you turned down. The ring of judgment. Are you still certain it's not worth the cost? Harry thought about paranoia. About isolation. About seeing darkness in everyone around him and never being able to trust again. Then he thought about Narcissa and Draco, hidden in a safe house that wasn't safe at all. About Arcturus, nearly killed protecting him. About the enemies who'd found them when they should have been invisible. I don't know, he admitted. I don't know anymore. They spent the next 3 days in lockdown. The Tonks house was warded to the teeth, with additional protections layered on by Arcturus and a team of goblin cursebreakers. No one went in or out. No one communicated with the outside world except through secured channels. Harry healed quickly, his magical core accelerating the process in ways that Andromeda found fascinating and slightly alarming. But even after his body was whole, he couldn't shake the cold dread that had settled in his chest. Someone had betrayed them. He reviewed everyone who'd known about Blackthorn Hall. Arcturus, obviously. Sirius. Andromeda and Ted. Griphook and the Goblin Council. Narcissa, who'd been told where they were taking her. Not many suspects. But any one of them could be the traitor. You're driving yourself mad, Dora said, finding him in the garden on the 3rd morning. She'd come home from Hogwarts for the emergency, her hair cycling through worried colors. I can see you doing it. Someone tried to kill me. I know. It's scary. But staring at the walls isn't going to help. She sat down beside him on the bench. Talk to me. About what? About anything. About how you're feeling. About what you're going to do next. She bumped his shoulder gently. You're 6 years old, Harry. You're not supposed to carry all this alone. He almost laughed. I stopped being a normal 6-year-old the moment those goblins appeared in my aunt's kitchen. Maybe. But that doesn't mean you have to shut everyone out. Dora's hair settled into a soft blue. We're your family. Let us help. Harry looked at her, this clumsy, colorful, ridiculous girl who'd appointed herself his friend without asking permission. Who made faces to make him laugh and taught him to fly and refused to treat him like a fragile political chess piece. He didn't want to see the darkness in her. He didn't want to know whatever petty cruelties or hidden fears the ring of judgment might reveal. But he also needed to protect his family. And right now, he didn't know how. There's a ring, he said quietly. In the Black Vault. It lets you see through deception, know when people are lying, understand their true intentions. Sounds useful. It is. But it also destroys people. Everyone who's worn it has ended up paranoid and alone. Dora was quiet for a moment. And you're thinking about using it to find the traitor. I'm thinking about how much easier it would be if I could just look at everyone and know who to trust. Would it, though? She turned to face him fully. If you could see everyone's secrets, would you actually feel safer? Or would you just find new things to worry about? I don't know. Here's what I know. Dora took his hand. I'm not a traitor. I love you, you ridiculous little lord, and I would never do anything to hurt you. And I don't need a magic ring to tell me that, I know it because I know myself. But how can I know it? You can't. Not for certain. That's what trust means, believing in someone even when you can't prove they deserve it. She squeezed his fingers. I know that's hard. I know everything in your life has taught you that people let you down. But some of us won't. And if you use that ring to check up on us, you'll never learn to believe that on your own. Harry stared at their joined hands. Her skin was warm against his, her grip firm and reassuring. Maybe she was right. Maybe the answer wasn't to see through everyone's masks, but to find the people whose faces were real to begin with. Maybe trust wasn't a weakness. Maybe it was its own kind of strength. Thank you, he said. Anytime, Lord Grumpy. She ruffled his hair. Now come inside. Mum's making breakfast, and if you don't eat something she's going to force-feed you nutrient potions. The traitor revealed themselves that evening. It wasn't a dramatic confrontation or a clever deduction. It was a small thing, a comment that didn't quite fit, a reaction that was just slightly wrong. Ted Tonks was talking about the attack, recounting what Sirius had told them about the Covenant agents' fighting style. 3 of them, he said. All using that coordinated wardbreaker formation. Must have trained together for years. Harry looked up sharply. He hadn't told anyone about the number of attackers. Sirius might have mentioned it to Andromeda, but Ted had been at work when Sirius arrived, he hadn't been briefed yet. Unless he'd known already. Unless he'd been told by someone else. Harry caught Arcturus's eye across the room. Saw the old wizard stiffen almost imperceptibly. He knew too. Ted, Harry said, keeping his voice casual. Could I speak with you privately? There's something about the wards I wanted to ask about. Of course. Ted rose from his chair, his smile as warm and genuine as always. Lead the way. They walked to the study. Harry closed the door behind them. What did you want to? How did you know there were 3 attackers? Ted's expression flickered. Just for an instant, barely visible. But Harry had been trained to notice such things. Sirius mentioned it, I assume. Or Andy. No. He didn't. And Andy doesn't know the specific count either. Harry's wand was in his hand, though he didn't remember drawing it. You knew because you told them where to find me. Didn't you? Silence. Ted's kind face seemed to shift, the warmth draining away to reveal something cold and calculating beneath. You're cleverer than they said you'd be. His voice was different now, harder, with an accent Harry didn't recognize. Most children wouldn't have caught that slip. How long? How long have I been Covenant? Since before I met Andromeda. She was my assignment, get close to the Black family, report on their activities. A thin smile. Marrying her was a bonus. I actually did fall in love with her, you know. That part wasn't pretend. Does she know? No. And she never will, if you're wise. Ted's wand appeared in his hand. Here's how this is going to work, Lord Potter Black. You're going to walk out of this room and tell everyone that we had a nice chat about wards. Tomorrow, you'll find a reason to dismiss the investigation into the traitor. And life will go on as normal. And if I don't? Then Andromeda dies. Tonight. There are agents in position right now, waiting for my signal. Ted's smile widened. You've seen what we can do. Do you really want to test whether your wards can stop us? Harry's mind raced. Ted had the advantage, he was faster, more experienced, already in position to strike. If Harry tried to fight, he'd lose. And even if he won, Andromeda might die. But if he gave in, the Covenant would have leverage over him forever. They'd use Ted to spy on him, to influence his decisions, to slowly corrupt everything he was trying to build. There had to be another option. You love her, Harry said slowly. You said that part wasn't pretend. It wasn't. Then why would you put her in danger? Why threaten to have her killed? Something flickered in Ted's eyes. I'm not threatening to have her killed. The Covenant is. I'm just delivering their message. But you could refuse. You could warn us instead. Help us fight them. And then what? They'd kill me, kill Andy, kill everyone in this house. The Covenant doesn't tolerate betrayal. Neither do I. Harry met Ted's gaze. But I'm also capable of forgiveness. Are they? Silence. Help us, Harry said. Tell us everything you know about the Covenant. Their operations, their agents, their plans. In return, I'll protect you and your family. House Black's wards, Goblin security, whatever it takes. You're a child. You can't promise, I'm Lord Potter Black. My word is binding. Harry lowered his wand. I know what it's like to be trapped. To feel like you have no choices, no options, no way out. But there's always another path, Ted. Let me show you. Ted stared at him. The calculation in his eyes was giving way to something else, hope, maybe, or desperation. They'll come for me. Let them try. They came for me once already. It didn't go well for them. A long, terrible moment. Then Ted lowered his wand. I'll tell you everything, he said. But if this goes wrong, if they hurt Andy or Dora because of this, it won't. I promise. Harry hoped he could keep that promise. He really, truly hoped. Ted's information was a goldmine. Names, dates, locations. Safe houses and communication networks. The identities of 17 Covenant agents embedded in various magical institutions across Britain. There's a ritual site, Ted said, as Harry and Arcturus listened. In the Scottish Highlands. That's where they're collecting the harvested magic, storing it for the final working. How much have they collected? Enough. The fall of the Potters alone gave them centuries' worth of accumulated power. Combined with the other families they've destroyed. Ted shook his head. They're close. Maybe a few years away, maybe less. We need to destroy the site, Harry said. Cut off their supply. It's heavily warded. And guarded by things that aren't entirely human. Ted hesitated. There's something else. Something I wasn't supposed to know, but I overheard once. Tell us. They have a leader. Someone called the Hollow King. He's the one orchestrating everything, has been for over 1,000 years. Arcturus went very still. Over 1,000 years? That's impossible. No wizard lives that long. He's not exactly a wizard anymore. The ritual they're building toward. He's already partially completed it. He's been sustained by harvested magic for centuries, waiting for enough power to finish the transformation. Where is he? I don't know. No one does. He communicates through proxies, appears only in shadow form. But he's real, and he's patient, and he's been planning this since before the founders built Hogwarts. Harry absorbed this. An enemy who'd been working toward godhood for a millennium. Who destroyed countless families, orchestrated wars and disasters, all to feed his endless hunger for power. It should have been terrifying. It was terrifying. But it also clarified things. Gave him a target. A purpose. Thank you, Ted. He stood. You'll stay here, under our protection. Tomorrow, we'll begin planning the assault on their ritual site. Harry. Ted's voice cracked. I'm sorry. For everything. I never wanted, I know. Harry paused at the door. The Covenant used you. They used a lot of people. But you're choosing differently now. That matters. He left Ted to his guilt and his hope, already thinking about the battles to come. 3 weeks later, Harry stood before the assembled forces of his alliance. It wasn't a large group, secrecy was more valuable than numbers, but it was formidable. Arcturus and Sirius, both veterans of magical combat. Griphook and a team of goblin cursebreakers. Narcissa, who'd insisted on fighting despite Harry's concerns. And a handful of wizards they'd recruited quietly, Augusta Longbottom, Alastor Moody, and, surprisingly, Albus Dumbledore. You came, Harry said, as the headmaster joined the group. You invited me. And you were right, the Covenant represents a threat to everything we hold dear. Whatever our differences, we share this enemy. Can I trust you? You can trust that I want to stop them. Beyond that. Dumbledore spread his hands. I suppose we'll both find out. It wasn't a satisfying answer. But it was honest, and Harry respected that. The ritual site is here, Arcturus said, projecting a map onto the wall. Deep in the Highlands, accessible only through a narrow mountain pass. They've been collecting magical power there for centuries, we're going to destroy it all in one strike. What about defenders? Moody asked. At least a dozen Covenant agents, plus whatever magical constructs they've created. Ted's information suggests they also have a contingent of inferi. Lovely. The plan is simple, the goblins will breach the outer wards while we provide cover. Once we're inside, we split into teams, one to destroy the collected magic, one to engage defenders, one to plant anchors for a final purification ritual. And the Hollow King? We don't expect him to appear personally. But if he does... Arcturus's grey eyes were cold. I'll handle him. Harry stepped forward. Everyone knows the risks. This won't be like the skirmishes we've fought before. The Covenant has been building toward this for millennia, they won't give up their ritual site without a fight to the death. He looked at each face in turn. Allies, friends, family. People he'd gathered around him in the year since he'd climbed out of a cupboard and discovered he was more than the Dursleys had told him. If anyone wants to back out, now's the time. No judgment, no consequences. But once we go in together. No one moved. Then let's end this. The assault on the ritual site was chaos from the first moment. Harry had expected resistance. He hadn't expected the mountain itself to fight back. The ground buckled beneath their feet as they approached the pass, massive stones rising to block their path. The air crackled with defensive wards that tore at their shields and burned exposed skin. And through it all, figures in pale masks appeared and disappeared, launching curses from impossible angles. Stay together. Arcturus bellowed, his magic carving a path through the stone barriers. The goblins need 30 seconds to breach the outer ward. Harry fought beside Sirius, the two of them covering each other as they advanced. His godfather moved with fluid grace, spells flowing from his wand in continuous streams. Harry was faster, more aggressive, channeling the combat instincts the goblins had beaten into him. A Covenant agent appeared directly in front of him, wand raised for a killing curse. Harry didn't think. He just moved. His cutting curse caught the agent across the throat before they could finish the incantation. The body fell, blood steaming on the frozen ground. His second kill. Easier than the first, and that terrified him. Breach is done. Griphook's voice cut through the chaos. Move, move, move. They poured through the gap in the wards, into the heart of the ritual site. And Harry saw what the Covenant had been building. A pit, vast and deep, carved into the mountain's core. Within it, churning like a liquid storm, was pure magical energy, the harvested power of hundreds of fallen bloodlines, accumulated over centuries. It glowed with colors that hurt to look at, and emanated a pressure that made Harry's very soul ache. Merlin's beard, Dumbledore whispered. There's enough power here to reshape reality itself. That's the plan. Arcturus was already moving toward the pit's edge. We need to disperse it, scatter the magic back into the world before they can use it. How? The purification anchors. Plant them around the circumference, activate them simultaneously. The ritual will break the containment and release the energy harmlessly. They split up. Harry led his team around the left side of the pit, fighting through Covenant defenders, placing anchors at precise intervals. The magic in the pit seemed to reach for him as he passed, hungry and alien. He was halfway around when the temperature dropped 30 degrees. The shadow appeared from nowhere, a darkness deeper than absence of light, shaped roughly like a man but without substance or solidity. Lord Potter Black. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. I wondered if you'd have the courage to come yourself. The Hollow King, I presume. Some call me that. I've had many names over the centuries. Names are tools, like everything else, used and discarded as needed. Harry raised his wand. You've been destroying magical families for 1,000 years. It ends tonight. Does it? The shadow seemed to laugh. You're a child playing at war. You have no idea what forces you're confronting. I know you're afraid. Otherwise, you'd face us in person instead of sending a shadow. Not afraid. Merely efficient. The shadow drifted closer. I've destroyed bloodlines older and more powerful than yours. Civilizations have risen and fallen while I've worked toward my goal. What makes you think you're any different? Because I'm not alone. Harry reached for the connection he'd felt ever since the Potter ring accepted him, the bond to his family magic, to the accumulated power of generations. You've spent centuries tearing families apart. I've spent a year bringing mine back together. He pushed his magic into the nearest anchor. Now, he shouted into the communication crystal. Activate now. Around the pit, 7 other anchors flared to life simultaneously. The purification ritual roared into existence, golden light pouring into the churning magical storm. The Hollow King screamed. It was a sound of pure rage, pure frustration, 1,000 years of planning unraveling in a single moment. The shadow convulsed, trying to contain the dispersing magic, but the ritual was too powerful. The harvested energy broke free, scattering into the world in a wave of power that made Harry's bones vibrate. This isn't over, the shadow hissed, fading. You've set us back decades, perhaps centuries. But we are patient. We will endure. And when you're old and weak and your bloodlines are thinned by time, we will be there to finish what we started. The shadow vanished. The ritual site collapsed around them. The evacuation was chaotic but successful. Harry emerged from the mountain pass coughing dust and bleeding from a dozen small cuts. Around him, his allies appeared one by one, battered but alive. Casualties? He asked. 2 goblins injured, none critical. Everyone else is accounted for. Arcturus looked older than Harry had ever seen him, leaning heavily on his staff. We did it. We destroyed their primary power source. But not the Hollow King. Not the Covenant itself. No. That will take time. Years, probably. But we've proven they can be fought. That's worth something. Harry looked back at the collapsed mountainside. Centuries of harvested magic, dispersed back into the world where it belonged. Countless plans disrupted, countless future horrors prevented. It wasn't total victory. The enemy would regroup, rebuild, try again. That was what enemies did. But for now, for tonight, they had won. The Floo deposited Harry in the Tonk's living room just as dawn was breaking. Andromeda was waiting. She pulled him into a fierce hug the moment he appeared, not seeming to care about the dirt and blood covering his robes. You're safe, she breathed. Thank Merlin. When Ted told me where you'd gone, Ted told you. He told me everything. She pulled back, her eyes wet. I don't. I'm still processing it. 20 years of marriage, and I never knew. He loves you. That part was real. I know. That almost makes it worse. She shook her head. But we can talk about that later. Right now, you need food and rest and probably a healer. I'm fine. You're 6 years old and you just led an assault on an ancient evil. You're not fine, you're running on adrenaline and stubbornness. She steered him toward the kitchen. Sit. Eat. Then sleep. Lord's orders can wait until tomorrow. Harry let her fuss. Let her feed him soup and check his wounds and tuck him into a bed that was far too soft for someone who'd been raised in a cupboard. As exhaustion finally claimed him, his last thought was of everything he'd built in the past year. Family. Allies. Purpose. The Covenant was still out there. The Hollow King was still planning. Voldemort's Horcruxes were still hidden somewhere in Britain, keeping the Dark Lord tethered to the world of the living. But Harry was still standing too. And he was getting stronger every day. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Education of Lords. 2 years changed everything. Harry Potter stood at the window of his study in Blackmoor Manor, the new family seat, rebuilt from ruins after the assault on the Covenant, and watched snow fall across the Scottish Highlands. He was 7 now, though most people who met him assumed he was older. The combination of proper nutrition, magical growth, and relentless training had transformed the small, malnourished boy from the cupboard into something else entirely. Not quite a child. Not yet a man. Something in between, forged by necessity. Behind him, the study was cluttered with the evidence of his divided life, political correspondence stacked beside combat training schedules, history texts sharing shelf space with curse-breaking manuals, a half-finished essay on ward theory lying next to intelligence reports on Covenant movements. "You're brooding again." Harry didn't turn. "I'm thinking. There's a difference." Dora Tonks, 14 now, in her 4th year at Hogwarts and home for the winter holidays, dropped into the chair by his desk. Her hair was a festive red and green today, clashing magnificently with her orange jumper. "Mum says brooding and thinking look exactly the same from the outside, and the only difference is whether you're making progress or just making yourself miserable. Your mother is very wise. She also says you've been in here for 6 hours without eating. Which is why I'm staging an intervention." Dora produced a sandwich from somewhere and threw it at him. "Eat. Then tell me what's got you tied up in knots." Harry caught the sandwich, his reflexes were excellent now, and took a bite despite not feeling hungry. Dora had learned that arguing with him about self-care was pointless, so she'd adopted a strategy of simply presenting him with food and refusing to leave until he consumed it. "The Wizengamot session tomorrow," he said between bites. "The werewolf registration debate. The one where you're planning to publicly oppose Umbridge. The one where I'm planning to argue that treating sentient beings like dangerous animals is both morally repugnant and strategically stupid." Harry finally turned from the window. "Remus Lupin fought beside my father. He's a good man who happens to be afflicted with a curse he never asked for. The idea that he should be tagged and tracked like livestock, preaching to the choir, Lord Grumpy." Dora held up her hands. "I agree with you. But Umbridge has the pureblood scared, and scared people vote for restrictions. Which is exactly what the Covenant wants." Harry moved to his desk, shuffling through papers. "Divide the magical world. Turn werewolves into enemies instead of allies. Create chaos that they can exploit. You think Umbridge is Covenant? I think she's useful to them, whether she knows it or not." He found the document he was looking for, a list of Wizengamot members and their likely positions on the registration bill. "We've identified 3 Covenant agents in the Ministry since the ritual site. None of them are Umbridge, but she's been receiving anonymous donations that trace back to shell companies with suspicious origins. So she's a puppet. Or an opportunist who doesn't care where her support comes from." Harry tossed the list aside. "Either way, we need to stop this bill. If it passes, the werewolf community will be driven underground, right into the arms of anyone offering them protection. Like Voldemort did last time." Harry nodded grimly. "The Dark Lord recruited heavily from the disenfranchised. Werewolves, giants, vampires, anyone the Ministry had declared less than human. If we want to prevent that happening again, we need to be the ones offering them a better option." Dora was quiet for a moment. "You've really thought this through. Arcturus has been lecturing me about it for months. The long game, he calls it. Every decision we make now shapes the battlefield we'll fight on later. And what does Sirius think?" Harry smiled slightly. "Sirius thinks I should tell Umbridge to stuff her registry where the sun doesn't shine, preferably in front of the entire Wizengamot. I knew I liked him for a reason." The Wizengamot chamber was packed for the registration debate. Harry took his seats, both of them, side by side as always, and surveyed the assembled lords and ladies. 2 years of navigating this arena had taught him to read the room, who was persuadable, who was committed, who was looking for an excuse to change their vote. Today, the persuadables were nervous. Umbridge had been building momentum for weeks, painting werewolves as a threat to wizarding children, demanding common-sense protections that just happened to strip an entire population of their basic rights. "The noble Lord Potterblack." Dumbledore's voice carried across the chamber. They'd reached an uneasy truce over the past 2 years, not friendship, not trust, but professional respect and occasional cooperation. You have requested time to address the assembly on the matter before us. Harry stood. He was tall for 7, nearly as tall as some of the smaller adult witches, and his formal robes were immaculate. The Potter and Black rings gleamed on his fingers, visible reminders of his authority. "Thank you, Chief Warlock." He stepped to the speaker's platform, feeling hundreds of eyes tracking him. "Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, I rise to oppose the Werewolf Registration and Restriction Act." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Umbridge, seated in the visitors' gallery, smiled her horrible sweet smile. "I oppose it," Harry continued, "not because I believe werewolves pose no danger. During the full moon, they absolutely do. But this bill isn't about managing that danger, it's about punishing people for a condition they didn't choose and can't cure. The registry is for public safety," someone called out. "We have a right to know if dangerous creatures live among us. Do we? Then perhaps we should also register animagi, they can transform at will, after all. Or metamorph magi. Or anyone with a particularly dangerous magical talent." Harry let his gaze sweep the chamber. "Where does it end? Once we establish that the Ministry can track and restrict citizens based on their magical nature, what stops them from expanding that power?" "Werewolves aren't citizens," Umbridge interjected from the gallery. "They're beasts who happen to look human most of the month." Dolores Umbridge is not recognized to speak. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. "She will remain silent or be removed." Umbridge subsided, her smile never wavering. The classification of werewolves as beasts was established by the Being Division in 1637, Harry said, at a time when we also classified giants, centaurs, and merepeople as non-beings. We've since recognized the personhood of centaurs and merepeople. The only reason werewolves remain classified as beasts is political inertia. They're dangerous, so am I. Harry let that hang in the air. I've killed in defense of my family. I've led assaults against enemies of our world. By any reasonable measure, I'm one of the most dangerous people in Britain. Should I be registered? Tagged? Restricted in my movements? Uncomfortable silence. The werewolf community has been asking for acceptance for generations. They want to integrate, to contribute, to live as productive members of magical society. This bill tells them they never will be accepted, that no matter what they do, no matter how carefully they manage their condition, they'll always be treated as monsters. Harry's voice hardened. And when we've driven them away, when we've made it clear that Wizarding Britain will never see them as people, where do you think they'll go? Who do you think they'll turn to? He looked directly at Umbridge. The last Dark Lord built his army from everyone the Ministry rejected. If this bill passes, we're not protecting ourselves. We're recruiting for the next one. He returned to his seat. The debate continued for 3 hours. Speeches were made, points were argued, alliances were tested. When the final vote came, the registration bill failed by 11 votes. Umbridge's smile finally cracked. That was well done. Arcturus met Harry in the corridor outside the chamber, his ancient face showing something that might have been approval. It was necessary. Necessary and well executed are not the same thing. You made the political case without moralizing, addressed their fears without dismissing them, and left Umbridge looking petty and vindictive. The old wizard fell into step beside him. You're developing a talent for this. I'd rather not need it. Preference is irrelevant. The world requires what it requires. Arcturus paused. There's another matter we need to discuss. Narcissa's been asking about Draco. Harry's jaw tightened. What about him? He's been thriving under our protection. His magical education is progressing well. But he's also been isolated from children his own age for 2 years. Narcissa believes it's time for him to begin building his own connections. She wants to send him to Hogwarts. Eventually, yes. But first, she wants him to start attending social functions. Building relationships with the heirs of other families. Arcturus's grey eyes were careful. She's asking permission to include him in the Yule gathering at Greengrass Manor. The annual Greengrass Yule celebration was one of the premier social events for pureblood families. An invitation was a mark of status, attendance was an opportunity to forge alliances and assess rivals. Harry had been avoiding it for 2 years. I'll consider it. You'll do more than consider it. You'll attend yourself. Arcturus held up a hand to forestall argument. You've been hiding behind the excuse of being too young for society gatherings. That excuse has expired. You're lord of 2 ancient houses, it's time you started acting like it. I act like it every day in the Wisengamot. Politics is not society. The relationships you build in formal chambers are shallow things, easily broken when interests diverge. The relationships built in drawing rooms and ballrooms, those are the ones that survive. Arcturus stopped walking, forcing Harry to face him. Your parents understood this. James Potter was brilliant at social navigation, and Lily charmed everyone she met. You have their blood. It's time to use it. Harry thought about the prospect of spending an evening surrounded by pureblood aristocrats, making small talk about nothing while they assessed his value as an ally or a target. He'd rather face the Covenant again. Fine, he said. But I'm bringing Sirius. Arcturus's mouth twitched. That should certainly make things interesting. Greengrass Manor was a monument to old money and older taste. Harry arrived by flu, stepping into a receiving room decorated with enough silver and crystal to blind an unsuspecting guest. House elves materialized instantly, taking cloaks and offering drinks on silver trays. Breathe, Sirius murmured beside him. His godfather was dressed in formal robes for the first time in years, looking almost respectable. They're just people. Ridiculously wealthy, enormously pretentious people, but still just people. Easy for you to say. You grew up in this world. And then I ran away from it as fast as possible. Which should tell you something about its charms. Sirius accepted a glass of champagne from a passing elf. Come on. Let's find the food before you have to talk to anyone important. They made it approximately 15 feet before a woman in emerald robes intercepted them. Lord Potter Black. Her smile was practiced and precise. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Victoria Greengrass. Welcome to our home. Harry inclined his head. Lady Greengrass. Thank you for the invitation. Your manor is beautiful. You're kind to say so. We've been maintaining it for 6 centuries, though I dare say it could use some updating. Her eyes flickered over him appraisingly. I must say, you're everything the rumors promised. So composed for someone your age. I've had good teachers. Indeed. Her gaze shifted to Sirius. Lord Black. I wasn't aware you'd be attending. Neither was I until about 3 hours ago. Harry insisted. Sirius's smile was sharp. Something about needing moral support among the wolves. I'm sure we're not as predatory as all that. No. Then you won't mind if we circulate freely instead of being trapped in introductions for the next hour. Lady Greengrass's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. Of course. Please, enjoy yourselves. The main hall is through those doors. She swept away, and Sirius let out a breath. That's Victoria Greengrass. She runs half the Wisengamot through her husband's proxy votes and has fingers in every political pie in Britain. She's been trying to arrange a meeting with you for over a year. I know. I've been avoiding her. Well, you can't avoid her anymore. She'll have you cornered before the night's out. Sirius steered him toward the main hall. In the meantime, let's find Narcissa. She'll know who's safe to talk to and who's fishing for information. The main hall was impressive in a cold, calculated way, soaring ceilings, magical ice sculptures, a string quartet playing something elegant and forgettable. Perhaps 200 guests mingled in small clusters, their conversations a constant low hum punctuated by artificial laughter. Harry spotted Narcissa immediately. She was wearing silver robes that matched her eyes, and she was talking to a pair of witches who looked equal parts fascinated and intimidated. Draco stood slightly behind her, stiff and uncomfortable in his formal robes. Harry. Narcissa's face warmed when she saw him, genuine pleasure, not the polished mask she showed to others. I'm so glad you came. Arcturus didn't give me much choice. He nodded to her companions. Ladies. Lord Potter Black, may I introduce Augusta Longbottom and Amelia Bones. Ladies, Lord Potter Black and Lord Black. Augusta Longbottom was a formidable woman of advanced years, her vulture hat slightly askew. Her sharp eyes fixed on Harry with something like recognition. So you're the young man who's been shaking up our quiet little world. I watched your speech today. Impressive, for a child. Thank you, Lady Longbottom. I understand your grandson is about my age. Neville. Yes. A bit shy, but he has potential. Her gaze sharpened. Perhaps you'd like to meet him. He could use friends who aren't intimidated by his grandmother. I'd be honored. Amelia Bones was younger, perhaps 40, with a severe face and the bearing of a soldier. Lord Potter Black. I've been wanting to meet you. Your work identifying Covenant agents in the Ministry has been invaluable to the DMLE. Director Bones. The intelligence came from multiple sources, I can only take partial credit. Modesty from a Potter. That's unexpected. Her mouth curved slightly. Your father would have claimed credit for everything within reach and several things beyond it. I'm told my mother was the more diplomatic one. She was. But she also had a spine of steel when she needed it. I see both of them in you. Amelia glanced around the room. If you have time later, I'd like to discuss some irregularities we've noticed in the Department of Mysteries. Off the record. I'd welcome that conversation. She nodded and moved away, leaving Harry with Augusta and Narcissa. You've made an impression, Augusta observed. Amelia doesn't request private meetings with just anyone. She must think you're useful. Or she thinks I might become a problem if left unsupervised. Perhaps both. The best assets are always the most dangerous ones. Augusta turned her sharp gaze on Draco. And this is young Malfoy. I've heard you've been thriving under new guardianship. Draco, who had been trying to disappear into the wallpaper, straightened. Yes, Lady Longbottom. Lord Potter Black has been very generous. Generous and pragmatic, from what I understand. Your mother was always the smart one of the Black sisters. Augusta's vulture hat bobbed as she nodded. I'll introduce you to Neville. You need to learn to talk to people your own age without looking like you're awaiting execution. She swept Draco away before he could protest, leaving Harry alone with Narcissa. Thank you, Narcissa said quietly. For bringing him. For letting him build connections outside our household. He needs to learn to stand on his own eventually. I won't always be there to protect him. You've been protecting him since you pulled us out of Malfoy Manor. I've never properly thanked you for that. You've thanked me by being loyal. By providing intelligence. By raising Draco to be someone worthy of the Black name. Harry watched the crowd, tracking faces and conversations. How is he, really? Away from the politics? Narcissa was quiet for a moment. He's healing. The first year was difficult, nightmares, flinching at sudden movements. But he's learning that not all adults are like his father. Has there been any word from Lucius? He sends letters occasionally. Demands for my return, threats about custody, the usual. Her voice was carefully neutral. The Ministry has been remarkably unhelpful in enforcing his supposed rights. Imagine that. Yes. Imagine. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Azkaban would be too kind for him. But I'd settle for seeing him stripped of his wealth and status, forced to live as the common criminal he truly is. We're working on it. The evidence Ted provided implicated several of Lucius's business partners. It's only a matter of time before the threads lead back to him. And when they do, then House Black will have one less embarrassment to manage. The evening progressed in a blur of introductions and careful conversations. Harry met Theodore Nott, heir to a family with Dark Lord sympathies and the sharp mind to match. He met Daphne Greengrass, Victoria's eldest daughter, who looked at him with cool assessment rather than the simpering admiration some of the other young witches affected. He met a dozen minor lords and ladies whose names blurred together, each one probing for weakness and finding none. And then he met Susan Bones. "You're shorter than I expected," she said, by way of introduction. She was perhaps 8, with red hair pulled back in a practical braid and her aunt's direct manner. "I'm 7. Growth spurts haven't kicked in yet. I'm 8. My aunt says you're the most dangerous child in Britain." "Your aunt is probably right. Does that bother you?" Susan considered the question seriously. "Should it? I don't know. Most people seem to find it either intimidating or fascinating. Sometimes both. I find it interesting." She tilted her head. "My parents were killed in the last war. By Death Eaters. Aunt Amelia says you're fighting the people who supported them." "In a roundabout way, yes." "Good." Susan's expression was fierce despite her young face. "I want to fight them too, when I'm old enough. Make sure what happened to my parents doesn't happen to anyone else." Harry looked at this girl, this child, really, though she didn't seem to know it, and saw something familiar. Not just the loss or the anger, but the determination that burned beneath. "Talk to me in a few years," he said. "When you're ready to train seriously. I might be able to help." Susan's eyes widened. Then she nodded sharply, like a soldier accepting orders. "I will. Count on it." She marched away, and Harry found himself smiling for the first time all evening. "Lord Potter Black." The voice came from behind him, smooth and cultured. Harry turned to find a man he recognized from intelligence reports but had never met in person. Lucius Malfoy. He was exactly as described, tall, pale, aristocratic, with cold gray eyes and a silver cane that concealed his wand. His robes probably cost more than most wizards made in a year, and his smile was practiced enough to be convincing if you weren't paying attention. "Mr. Malfoy." Harry deliberately omitted any title. "I wasn't aware you'd been invited. The Greengrasses are old family friends. And I wanted to meet the young man who's been caring for my wife and son." Lucius's smile didn't waver. "I hope they haven't been too much trouble." "On the contrary. Narcissa has been invaluable, and Draco is a credit to his mother's upbringing." A flicker of something passed through Lucius's eyes. "Yes. His mother's upbringing. I imagine you've been quite thorough in erasing my influence." "I've been thorough in protecting them from harm. If that means erasing your influence, I consider it a bonus." Several nearby conversations went quiet. People were watching now, sensing blood in the water. "You're bold, for a child." Lucius's voice dropped to something intimate, meant only for Harry's ears. "But you're playing in waters far deeper than you understand." "The people I serve, the Covenant, you mean?" Lucius's face went perfectly, absolutely still. "Oh, don't look so surprised." Harry kept his voice equally low. "Did you think we wouldn't figure it out? You've been their errand boy for years, Lucius. Arranging accidents for troublesome families, steering ministry policy toward their goals, keeping Voldemort supplied with gold and recruits. You have no proof. I have Ted Tonks's testimony, cross-referenced with financial records from Gringotts and intelligence from 3 separate Covenant defectors. I have enough to destroy you 10 times over." Harry smiled. "I just haven't decided when to do it yet." Silence. "What do you want?" Lucius asked finally. Right now. For you to walk away from my cousin and her son. Permanently. Sign over full custody, renounce any claim to the Malfoy estates in their names, and disappear from their lives. And if I refuse? Then I release the evidence to Amelia Bones tomorrow morning, and you spend the rest of your life in Azkaban. Harry held his gaze. Your choice, Lucius. But I'd decide quickly. My patience has limits. For a long moment, Lucius didn't move. His eyes were calculating, searching for angles, for leverage, for any way to turn this situation to his advantage. He found none. You'll regret this, he said quietly. The Covenant doesn't forget. Neither do I. Harry turned his back on Lucius Malfoy, a deliberate insult in pure-blood society, and walked away. Behind him, he heard Lucius's cane tapping against the floor as the man retreated. One victory, Harry thought. Small, personal, but real. Sometimes those were the most important kind. The confrontation with Lucius rippled through the gathering like a stone dropped in still water. By the time Harry found a quiet corner to catch his breath, half the room was watching him with new eyes. Some with fear. Some with respect. Some with calculation, wondering how they might use this young lord's power for their own ends. That was either very brave or very stupid. Harry turned to find Daphne Greengrass approaching, 2 glasses of something sparkling in her hands. Which do you think? I think it was calculated. She offered him one of the glasses. You wanted everyone here to see what happens to people who cross you. Lucius Malfoy was just a convenient demonstration. Harry accepted the drink. You're perceptive. My mother raised me to be. She also raised me to recognize when someone is consolidating power. Daphne sipped her own glass, watching him over the rim. You're building something, Lord Potter Black. Alliances, resources, a network of people who owe you favors or fear your displeasure. The question is what you intend to do with it. Survive. That's not an answer. No. It's the truth. Harry met her cool blue gaze. There are threats to our world that most people don't know about. Ancient enemies, immortal powers, forces that have been working to destroy magical civilization for longer than recorded history. I'm building what I'm building. Because I need it to fight them. And after you've won. Assuming you do. Then I'll have to figure out what comes next. He smiled slightly. I'm 7. I'm allowed to not have all the answers yet. Daphne laughed, genuine amusement, not the polished social variety. Fair enough. Though I suspect you have more answers than most adults I know. Possibly. But I'm also more aware of how much I don't know. Harry set down his untouched drink. Why did you really come talk to me, Miss Greengrass? Daphne. And because you're interesting. She tilted her head. Most powerful people are boring, predictable, self-serving, easy to understand. You're none of those things. I wanted to see if the reality matched the rumors. Does it? Ask me in a few years. I'm still gathering data. She walked away, and Harry watched her go with something like appreciation. Daphne Greengrass wasn't an ally, not yet, but she was smart, observant, and apparently honest about her motivations. Those were rare qualities in this world. He might have to keep an eye on her. The Yule gathering ended just before midnight. Harry fled home exhausted but satisfied, having survived several hours of social combat without making any disastrous mistakes. Sirius had disappeared at some point with a witch whose name Harry hadn't caught, so he arrived at Blackmoor Manor alone. Andromeda was waiting in the receiving room. How did it go? Productively. Harry shed his formal robes, accepting the comfortable jumper she offered. I made some connections, faced down Lucius Malfoy, and got invited to approximately 30 future social events. All in one evening. You're efficient. She steered him toward the kitchen. Soup. Please. They sat at the worn wooden table that Andromeda had insisted on bringing from the old house, a touch of normalcy in a manner full of ancient grandeur. Steam rose from Harry's bowl, carrying the scent of vegetables and herbs. "Ted's doing well," Andromeda said, answering the question Harry hadn't asked. "The goblin healers think they can remove the compulsion enchantments within the year. And after that? After that, we'll see. He's still my husband. I still love him. But trust." She stirred her own soup without eating it. "Trust is harder." Harry understood that better than most. "Take whatever time you need. He's not going anywhere." "I know. And I appreciate that you've kept him protected, despite everything. He came to us when it mattered. That counts for something." They ate in comfortable silence for a while. The fire crackled low in the hearth, and through the windows, Harry could see snow still falling across the highland landscape. "Arcturus wants to accelerate my combat training," he said eventually. "He thinks I'm ready for more advanced work. Do you agree? I think I need to be ready for whatever comes next. The Covenant is still out there, rebuilding. And there's still the matter of the Horcruxes." Andromeda set down her spoon. "Harry, you're 7 years old. I know you've been forced to grow up faster than anyone should, but you're still allowed to be a child sometimes." "I'm not sure I know how to be a child." "Then learn. That's what childhood is for, learning, playing, making mistakes that don't cost lives." She reached across the table and took his hand. "The war will wait. Your enemies will wait. Take a few days off. Play in the snow. Be ridiculous." Harry looked at her hand on his. Warm, gentle, offering something he'd never thought he'd have. "I'll try," he said. "But I make no promises about the ridiculous part. That's all I ask." The Tonks household was chaos in the best possible way. Harry had agreed to spend the last days of the holiday season there instead of at Blackmore Manor, and the difference was immediate and overwhelming. Where the manor was ancient and formal, the Tonks house was warm and slightly cluttered. Where the manor was silent except for house elves, the Tonks house was full of laughter and argument and Dora's metamorphmagus antics. "Absolutely not," Andromeda was saying. When Harry came downstairs on his second morning. "You are not turning your hair into actual flames." "It's not actual flames. It's just really convincing orange. The curtains caught fire last time." "That was one time, enough." Andromeda's voice had the ring of finality that came from years of parenting. "Normal hair colors only until the new year." Dora's hair shifted to a sulky brown. "Fine. But when I'm an Auror, no one will tell me what color my hair can be." "When you're an Auror, you'll have larger concerns than hair color." Andromeda spotted Harry hovering in the doorway. "Harry. Good morning. There's breakfast on the table." "Thanks." He slid into his usual seat, reaching for toast. "What's the plan for today?" "That depends. How do you feel about snowball fights?" Harry blinked. "I've never actually had one." Dora's sulky expression transformed into something predatory. "Never? Oh, this is going to be good." It was, in fact, good. The garden behind the Tonks house was blanketed in fresh snow, deep enough to build proper fortifications. Harry found himself drafted onto Dora's team, him, and Neville Longbottom, who'd been invited over by Augusta after meeting Draco at the Yule gathering. Their opponents were Draco, Susan Bones, and surprisingly, Sirius, who'd shown up unannounced and immediately declared himself team captain of the Forces of Chaos. "The rules are simple," Andromeda announced from the safety of the back porch. "No magic, no headshots, and when I call time, everyone comes inside for hot chocolate." "Understood." "No magic." Sirius protested. "What's the point of being a wizard if you can't?" A snowball hit him square in the face. "The game has started." Dora yelled, diving behind the snow fort she'd spent the morning constructing. Harry, covering fire. What followed was 2 hours of absolute mayhem. Harry discovered that his combat training translated surprisingly well to snowball fights. He could dodge, throw accurately, and read his opponent's movements. But he also discovered that none of that mattered when Sirius decided to tackle him into a snowbank while Draco pelted him with snowballs from behind. He came up sputtering, snow in his hair and down his collar, and found himself laughing. Actually laughing. Not the polite social sounds he'd learned to make, but real laughter that came from somewhere deep in his chest. Dora high-fived him. I knew we'd break through that Lord facade eventually. I don't have a facade, another snowball hit him. This one from Neville, who looked equally surprised by his own audacity. Sorry. Sorry, I thought you were still on the other team. Harry scooped up a handful of snow and advanced on the nervous boy with exaggerated menace. You thought wrong. Neville squeaked and ran. The chase that followed ended with both of them face down in a snowbank, breathless and freezing and grinning like idiots. This is fun, Neville said wonderingly. I didn't know things could be fun. Harry understood exactly what he meant. That evening, after everyone had dried off and consumed inappropriate amounts of hot chocolate, Harry found himself sitting with Neville by the fire. The other boy was quiet. He'd been quiet all day, really, participating but never quite letting go of his nervousness. Harry recognized the signs of someone who'd been hurt and was still learning that not everyone would hurt them. Your parents, Harry said carefully. I heard what happened to them. Neville flinched, almost imperceptibly. Gran talks about it sometimes. The Cruciatus curse, over and over until they weren't themselves anymore. I'm sorry. Everyone's sorry. It doesn't change anything. Neville stared into the fire. I visit them at St. Mungo's sometimes. They don't recognize me. My mum gives me candy wrappers like their presents. Gran says it means she still loves me somewhere inside, but... He trailed off, and Harry didn't push. I don't remember my parents at all, Harry said eventually. Just the green light, at the end. Sometimes I think that's worse, not even having memories to hold on to. At least your parents died brave. Died fighting. Mine are just, gone. Empty. That doesn't make them less brave. They survived torture that would have killed most people. They held on long enough to ensure you were safe. Harry met Neville's eyes. That's a different kind of courage. Neville was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Gran says I'll never be as good as my dad. That I'm a disappointment. Your grandmother is wrong. Harry's voice was firm. You're 8 years old. You haven't had a chance to prove what you're capable of yet. But I saw you today. You might be scared, but you try anyway. That's the definition of bravery. You really think so? I know so. And when you're ready to start proving it to everyone else, I'll help you. Neville's eyes went wide. You will. The people I'm fighting, the enemies of our world, they're the same ones who hurt your parents. Bellatrix Lestrange was one of them. She's in Azkaban now, but the forces she served are still out there. Harry held Neville's gaze. When the time comes, I'm going to need people I can trust. People who are brave enough to fight even when they're scared. Will you be one of them? For a long moment, Neville didn't speak. Then, slowly, he straightened his spine. Yes, he said. I will. Harry smiled. Good. Then let's start your training tomorrow. Training Neville was different from training himself. Harry had learned through necessity, brutal goblin combat instructors, relentless magical exercises, the certain knowledge that failure meant death. Neville needed something gentler. Something that built confidence rather than breaking fear. They started with basic magical theory, reviewing concepts that Neville had been taught but never really understood. Harry discovered that his friend wasn't stupid, far from it, but he'd been so convinced of his own inadequacy that he'd never let himself actually try. The wand movement isn't about force, Harry explained, demonstrating a simple levitation charm. It's about intention. You're telling the magic what you want, not forcing it to obey. Neville tried again. His wand wobbled, and the feather on the table twitched uncertainly. That's better. Feel how the magic responds. It's listening to you. You just need to be clearer about what you're asking for. My Grand's wand never feels like it's listening. It feels like it's fighting me. Harry paused. Your grandmother's wand? It was my father's. Gran thought I should have it, to, carry on his legacy. Neville. Harry set down his own wand. The wand chooses the wizard. Using someone else's wand, even a parent's, is like wearing someone else's shoes. It might work, but it'll never fit right. But Gran said, your grandmother is carrying her own grief. She wants to see your father in you, and the wand is part of that. But you're not your father. You're Neville Longbottom, and you deserve a wand that chose you. Neville looked down at the wand in his hand, worn oak, unicorn hair, a decent wand for someone else. I never thought about it that way. We'll go to Ollivander's before the term starts. Find you a proper wand. Harry picked up his own wand again. In the meantime, let's keep practicing. The fundamentals are the same no matter what tool you're using. Ollivander's shop was exactly as strange as the story suggested. The old wand maker emerged from the shadows like a ghost, his silver eyes fixing on the two boys who'd entered his domain. Mr. Potter Black. Or should I say Lord Potter Black? Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. I remember every wand I've ever sold. Mr. Ollivander. I'm here for my friend. Those silver eyes shifted to Neville, who was trying very hard not to hide behind Harry. Neville Longbottom. I wondered when I'd see you. Ollivander moved closer, examining Neville with unsettling intensity. You've been using a wand that isn't yours. I can see it in your magical signature, like a plant trying to grow in the wrong soil. My father's wand, Neville managed. Ah. A common enough mistake, born from love and grief. But magic doesn't care about sentiment. It cares about compatibility. Ollivander disappeared into the stacks, returning with an armful of boxes. Let's find you a proper match, shall we? What followed was an hour of failed attempts, near misses, and occasional minor explosions. Neville grew increasingly embarrassed with each wand that rejected him, but Ollivander seemed delighted by the challenge. Tricky customer. Excellent. The difficult ones are always the most interesting. Finally, he produced a box from somewhere in the back, dusty, clearly forgotten, holding a wand of unusual appearance. Cherry wood. 13 inches. Unicorn hair core, but not just any unicorn. This particular specimen died defending its herd from a manticore. Extremely rare. Extremely particular about its wizard. Neville took the wand. The shop flooded with warmth. Not light, not sparks, but a sense of rightness that made the air itself feel more alive. Neville's eyes went wide as magic surged through him, his magic, channeled properly for the first time in his life. Oh my, Ollivander breathed. That is a powerful match indeed. Mr. Longbottom, this wand has been waiting for you for a very long time. I suggest you don't disappoint it. Neville stared at the wand in his hand. When he looked up at Harry, there were tears in his eyes. I can feel it, he whispered. It's like it knows me. That's what a proper wand feels like. Harry smiled. Now you're ready to really start learning. The spring term brought new challenges. Dora was back at Hogwarts, preparing for her OWLs with characteristic chaos. Neville had returned to his grandmother's care, though he wrote Harry weekly with updates on his training progress. The political landscape was shifting as Lucius Malfoy's influence waned and Harry's alliance grew stronger. And then, in late March, the Covenant made their move. The attack came without warning, a coordinated strike on 3 separate locations. The Longbottom estate, where Neville and Augusta barely escaped with their lives. The Bones residence, where Amelia's quick thinking saved her niece from a killing curse. And Blackmoor Manor itself, where Harry faced down a kill team of 6 Covenant agents in his own entrance hall. He killed 3 of them before Arcturus arrived to help with the rest. "They're escalating," the old wizard said afterward, surveying the blood-stained floor. "Testing our defenses. Looking for weaknesses. They found them." Harry's voice was cold. His hands were still shaking from the adrenaline, but his mind was crystal clear. "Neville and Susan nearly died because I wasn't there to protect them. You can't be everywhere at once. Then I need to find another way." Harry stepped over the body of an agent whose face he'd half removed with a cutting curse. "The Horcruxes. If we destroy them, we remove Voldemort as a potential tool. That weakens the Covenant significantly. We've been searching for 2 years, then we search harder. The diary is probably still with the Malfoys. Lucius would have kept something that valuable close. The ring is somewhere connected to Voldemort's family history. The locket we already have. That leaves the cup, the diadem, and..." Harry touched his scar. "This. We're not ready to remove the fragment from your scar. The procedure, I know. But we can prepare. We can eliminate the other Horcruxes, force the Covenant to accelerate their timeline, make them desperate." Harry turned to face Arcturus. "I'm done waiting. I'm done letting them choose when and where we fight. It's time to go on the offensive." Arcturus studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "What do you need?" "Access to the Malfoy estate. Lucius is weakened, his allies are abandoning him, his finances are crumbling. He might be desperate enough to make a deal." "What kind of deal?" Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. "The kind where he gives us the diary and I don't release the evidence that would send him to Azkaban for life." Lucius Malfoy sat across from Harry in a private room at Gringotts, and for the first time since they'd met, he looked truly afraid. "You're asking me to betray the Dark Lord. Voldemort is a disembodied spirit hiding somewhere in Albania. He's not going to save you." Harry slid a folder across the table. "This is the evidence I've compiled. Financial records showing your donations to Covenant-affiliated organizations. Testimony from 3 former associates detailing your role in arranging accidents for problematic families. A full accounting of your activities during the First War, cross-referenced with Death Eater raid patterns." Lucius didn't touch the folder. "If I give you what you want, they'll kill me. If you don't give me what I want, I'll kill you. Metaphorically, at least. Your reputation, your wealth, your freedom, all of it, gone." Harry leaned forward. "The Covenant is losing, Lucius. We've destroyed their ritual site, identified their agents, and disrupted their operations across Europe. In 5 years, maybe 10, they'll be a footnote in history. But the question is, will you be one of the survivors, or one of the casualties? And if I cooperate? What guarantee do I have that you won't destroy me anyway? None. But you'll have a chance, which is more than you'll have if you refuse." Harry stood. "I'll give you 24 hours to decide. The diary, and anything else you know about the Horcruxes. In exchange, I don't release the evidence, and I allow you to retain enough assets to live comfortably, if quietly, for the rest of your life. That's not much of a deal. It's the only deal you're getting." Harry walked to the door. "Potter Black." He paused. "You're making a mistake, threatening me like this. I have resources you don't know about. Allies you can't imagine. Maybe. But you also have a son." Harry looked back over his shoulder. "Draco is thriving under my protection. He's happy, he's safe, he's growing into someone worthy of respect. I'd hate for your stubbornness to change that situation." The threat hung in the air, ugly and effective. 24 hours, Lucius. Choose wisely. The diary arrived the next morning. Harry held it in his hands, an ordinary-looking thing, black leather with a name embossed in faded gold, T.M. Riddle. It radiated malevolence the same way the locket had, the same way his scar did. A piece of Voldemort's soul, trapped in paper and ink. That's two of them, Sirius said, watching from the doorway. The locket, the diary. Plus the piece in your scar, that's 3 accounted for. Lucius also mentioned the cup. He doesn't have it, but he knows it was given to Bellatrix for safekeeping. It's probably in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. And the others? The ring is connected to the Gaunt family, Voldemort's maternal line. There's a shack in Little Hangleton that might hold it. The diadem. Harry shook his head. No leads yet. It's supposed to be lost, hidden somewhere at Hogwarts if the legends are true. That's a lot of maybes. It's more than we had last month. Harry set the diary on the table, next to the containment box that held the locket. Griphook says the goblins are close to developing a safe extraction method for my scar. Once they're ready, we can destroy these and move on to the others. And then? Then we hunt down whatever's left of Voldemort and end him permanently. Cut off the Covenant's most powerful weapon before they can use it again. Sirius moved into the room, dropping into a chair across from Harry. You know, when I imagined being a godfather, I pictured teaching you to fly and sneak out of class and maybe hexing the odd rival. Not planning military campaigns against ancient conspiracies. Life rarely matches expectations. No. It doesn't. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You've done something amazing, Harry. Building all this from nothing, alliances, resources, a real chance at winning. James would be proud. Lily too. I hope so. Sometimes I wonder if they'd even recognize me. They'd recognize you. The parts that matter haven't changed. Sirius reached out and ruffled Harry's hair, a gesture so casual, so normal, that Harry felt something loosen in his chest. You're still the baby who used to laugh at silly faces. Still the toddler who demanded stories before bed. Still James's son, even if you never got to know him. Harry leaned into the touch, just for a moment. Thank you, Sirius. For being here. For everything. Always, pup. Always. The spring faded into summer, and summer into autumn. Harry turned 8 in a small celebration at the Tonks house, surrounded by the people he'd come to think of as family. Andromeda baked a cake that was slightly lopsided but delicious. Dora's hair cycled through every color of the rainbow as she sang an off-key version of Happy Birthday. Sirius gave him a motorcycle that wouldn't actually fly until Harry was older, but it's the thought that counts. Even Arcturus attended, looking uncomfortable with the informality but present nonetheless. 8 years old, the old wizard said, when the party had wound down and they were alone in the garden. In the normal course of things, you'd be looking forward to 3 more years of childhood before Hogwarts. Instead, you fought battles, killed enemies, and reshaped the political landscape of Wizarding Britain. Are you disapproving or approving? I can never tell. Observing. Arcturus's gray eyes were thoughtful. You've exceeded every expectation I had for you. Not just in power or political acumen, but in something harder to define. You've built something that inspires loyalty, real loyalty, not the kind bought with gold or compelled by fear. I had good examples. You. Andromeda. Sirius. We taught you techniques. The substance came from somewhere else. Arcturus paused. I've decided something. The Black family has traditions, rituals, knowledge, secrets passed down from lord to lord. I've been holding back on sharing them, waiting until you were old enough. I think that time has come. What kind of secrets? The kind that could save your life. Or destroy you, if misused. The old wizard's face was serious. I'm going to teach you the deep magic, Harry. The things we never share with outsiders. It will be dangerous, difficult, and possibly damaging to your soul. Why now? Because the Covenant is regrouping. Because Voldemort's return grows more likely with each passing day. Because you'll need every advantage when the final battle comes. Arcturus met his eyes. Are you ready? Harry thought about everything he'd learned, everything he'd lost, everything he still stood to lose if he failed. Yes, he said. I'm ready. The education of Lord Potterblack was about to enter its final phase. That night, in his room at Blackmore Manor, Harry stood at the window and looked out at the stars. So much had changed in the 3 years since the goblins had come to rescue him from a cupboard. He'd gained family, allies, power, purpose. He'd learned to fight, to lead, to navigate the treacherous waters of magical politics. But he'd also learned something more important. He'd learned that strength wasn't just about power. It was about the people you surrounded yourself with, the causes you fought for, the values you refused to compromise. The Covenant was still out there. Voldemort was still waiting to return. The war was far from over. But Harry was no longer the scared child who'd been dragged into this world against his will. He was Lord Potterblack. And he was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Trials and Tribulations. The Wizengamot chamber had never been so crowded. Harry stood at the speaker's platform, feeling the weight of 500 eyes pressing down on him. The gallery was packed 3 deep with spectators who'd bribed, begged, or bullied their way inside. Reporters from every magical publication in Europe jostled for position along the walls, their quick quotes quills scratching furiously. Today was the day everything changed. Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, Harry began, his voice carrying easily through the chamber. 3 years of training had taught him to project without shouting, to command attention without demanding it. I come before you with evidence of a conspiracy that spans centuries. A conspiracy that has infiltrated our ministry, corrupted our institutions, and orchestrated the destruction of magical bloodlines across Europe. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Harry had spent months preparing for this moment, gathering evidence, building alliances, ensuring that when he finally exposed the Covenant, no one could dismiss him as a paranoid child. In your hands, you'll find dossiers compiled from multiple sources, Goblin financial records, testimony from reformed Covenant agents, ministry archives that were supposed to have been destroyed, and intelligence gathered by my own network over the past 3 years. Harry paused, letting them absorb the weight of the documents before them. What you're looking at is proof of an organization called the Covenant of the Hollow. The name meant nothing to most of them. Harry saw confusion, skepticism, a few faces carefully blank. The Covenant's goal is simple: harvest the accumulated magical power of ancient bloodlines to fuel a ritual that will grant their leaders immortality. Not the crude immortality of a lich or the borrowed time of dark rituals, true godhood, achieved through the sacrifice of everything we hold dear. This is absurd, someone called out. Harry recognized the voice, Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, sweating visibly in his seat. Ancient conspiracies. Godhood rituals. Lord Potterblack, you're a child. Perhaps you've been reading too many adventure stories. Am I, Minister? Harry smiled thinly. Then perhaps you can explain why your senior undersecretary has been receiving payments from a shell company registered in Zurich, a company that our investigation has traced directly to Covenant operations. Fudge went pale. Beside him, Dolores Umbridge's toad-like face froze into something ugly. The payments began 18 months ago, shortly after Madame Umbridge proposed the Werewolf Registration Act. An act that would have driven an entire population into the arms of anyone offering protection, exactly the kind of desperate, disenfranchised recruits the Covenant has historically exploited. Harry's voice hardened. The act failed, thanks to this body's wisdom. But the payments continued, because the Covenant doesn't abandon useful tools just because one scheme fails. This is slander. Umbridge was on her feet, her voice shrill. I demand, you demand nothing. Harry's magic pulsed, just slightly, just enough to make the air pressure in the chamber shift. I am lord of 2 ancient houses, speaking under the protection of Wizengamot privilege. You will sit down and listen, or you will be removed. Umbridge sat. The Covenant has been operating for over 1,000 years. They orchestrated the fall of the Pendragon line in the 6th century. They engineered the collapse of the Gaunt family through generations of calculated madness. They turned Gellert Grindelwald from a brilliant young wizard into a monster who devastated magical Europe. Harry let that sink in. And when Grindelwald failed them, they found another tool. A half-blood orphan with a genius for dark magic and a bottomless hunger for power. You're talking about you-know-who, Augusta Longbottom said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were sharp. I'm talking about Tom Marvolo Riddle. The wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort. Harry ignored the gasps and flinches that rippled through the chamber. He was recruited by the Covenant as a young man, pointed at the pureblood families they wanted destroyed, and turned loose. Every death in the last war, every family shattered, every bloodline ended, fed their ritual. If what you're saying is true, Dumbledore spoke up, his voice measured, then the threat is far larger than any of us realized. It is. But the threat is also wounded. Harry allowed himself a small smile. 3 years ago, my alliance destroyed the Covenant's primary ritual site. We scattered centuries' worth of harvested magical power back into the world. We've identified and neutralized 17 of their agents within the Ministry alone. We've seized assets, disrupted communications, and forced them to operate in the shadows instead of in the open. Then why bring this before us now? Amelia Bones asked. If you're already winning, because the war isn't over. The Covenant's leadership is still out there. Their ultimate goal, the ascension of their Hollow King to godhood, is delayed but not abandoned. And most importantly, Harry turned to look directly at Fudge. Their agents are still embedded in positions of power. People who should be protecting our world are instead working to destroy it. You're accusing the Minister of Magic of treason? I'm presenting evidence that members of his administration have received payments from an enemy organization. What the Wizengamot does with that evidence is up to you. Harry stepped back from the platform. But I should mention one other thing. Lord Voldemort is not truly dead. He created objects called Horcruxes, vessels containing fragments of his soul that anchor him to the world of the living. Until those objects are destroyed, he can never truly be killed. The chamber exploded into chaos. The session lasted 6 hours. By the end, 3 ministry officials had been arrested pending investigation, Umbridge had been stripped of her position and remanded to holding, and Fudge was facing a vote of no confidence that would almost certainly end his career. Harry retreated to an antechamber, exhausted but satisfied. That was masterfully done. He turned to find Dumbledore approaching, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Thank you. Though masterful might be overstating it. I nearly lost them twice during the Horcrux explanation. You recovered well. Dumbledore lowered himself into a chair, his ancient bones creaking. I must confess, I'd suspected some of what you revealed today. The patterns were there, if one knew how to look. But I never imagined the scope of it. You were focused on Voldemort. He was the immediate threat. He was the visible threat. The Covenant used my own focus against me, kept me so busy fighting their tool that I never noticed the hand wielding it. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You mentioned the Horcruxes. How many have you identified? 6, plus his main soul. The diary and locket are already in our possession. My scar contains another fragment. The cup is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, we're negotiating access. The ring is somewhere in Little Hangleton. The diadem is supposedly at Hogwarts, though we haven't found it yet. Ravenclaw's diadem. Dumbledore's eyes grew distant. There are stories, a room at Hogwarts that appears only when one truly needs it. I've encountered it twice, but never explored it fully. The room of requirement. We know about it. Finding what we need inside it is the challenge. The room apparently stores centuries of accumulated junk. Perhaps I can help with that. My knowledge of Hogwarts is extensive. Dumbledore paused. Lord Potter Black, Harry, I know our relationship has been difficult. I made choices regarding your welfare that I cannot undo, and I understand why you don't fully trust me. But in the matter of Voldemort, in the matter of the Horcruxes, I hope we can work together. Harry studied the old wizard. He'd spent 3 years watching Dumbledore, learning his patterns, trying to understand the mind behind the grandfatherly facade. What he'd found was complicated, a genuinely good man whose certainty in his own wisdom had led him to cause genuine harm. I need something from you first. Name it. The full truth. Not the edited version you think I can handle, not the carefully managed narrative you've been constructing, everything. Your history with Grindelwald. Your knowledge of Voldemort. Your plans for the war that's coming. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You ask a great deal. I'm offering a great deal in return. A full alliance, resources, information. The chance to actually end this instead of just managing it. Harry leaned forward. You're 110 years old. You've been fighting dark wizards since before my grandparents were born. How many more years do you have? How many more battles? Fewer than I'd like. Then let me help. Really help, not just run around being your unwitting pawn. Tell me the truth, and we can finish this together. Another long silence. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. But not here, and not quickly. What I have to tell you will take time, and some of it will be difficult to hear. I can handle difficult. I don't doubt it. Something like a sad smile crossed the old wizard's face. You've become remarkable, Harry. Your parents would be so proud. So people keep telling me. Harry stood. Tomorrow evening. Blackmoor Manor. Come prepared to talk for several hours. I will be there. The truth, when it came, was exactly as complicated as Harry had expected. They sat in the study at Blackmoor Manor, a fire crackling low, while Dumbledore spoke of things he'd never told anyone. His brilliant, destructive friendship with Gellert Grindelwald. The death of his sister Ariana. The decades of guilt that had shaped his approach to power, never taking too much, never trusting himself with authority. I see now that my fear of my own corruption led me to different mistakes, Dumbledore said. I refused to take action when action was needed. I delegated responsibility when I should have accepted it. And I placed my faith in plans and prophecies rather than in people. The prophecy. Harry had heard about it, whispers and hints over the years. There's an actual prophecy about me and Voldemort? There was. Made before your birth, overheard by a Death Eater who reported a fragment to his master. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. It spoke of a child born at the end of July, to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort, who would have power the Dark Lord knew not. It said that neither could live while the other survived. That's why he came after my parents. That's why he marked you as his equal, yes. His attempt to kill you created the very thing the prophecy predicted, a connection between you, and a power he could never understand. Love. Harry's voice was flat. That's what you believe, isn't it? That my mother's sacrifice gave me some special protection. Among other things. But the protection was real, Harry. The blood wards I placed on your aunt's home, kept me alive while I was beaten and starved. Yes, I know. Harry couldn't quite keep the bitterness from his voice. The greater good. I was wrong. The word seemed to cost Dumbledore something. I convinced myself that physical safety was paramount, that the blood wards were worth any cost. I was wrong, and I have no excuse. Only regret. Harry looked at this man, this legend, this hero, this architect of so much pain, and felt something unexpected. Not forgiveness, exactly. But understanding. The prophecy, he said. Is it still binding? Now that I know about it, can I choose to ignore it? Prophecies are complicated. They describe possibilities, not certainties. But the connection between you and Voldemort is real, regardless of prophecy. The fragment of his soul in your scar ensures that. Which brings us back to the Horcruxes. Harry pulled out a map he'd been working on, spreading it across the desk. We know the locations of 4, the diary, the locket, the cup, and the ring. We have strong leads on the diadem. The question is how to destroy them. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, or the killing curse directed at the container. Those are the most reliable methods. We have access to basilisk venom through Gringotts. They've been extracting and storing it for centuries. Harry tapped the map. But the extraction from my scar is more complex. The goblins say they're close to a solution, but close has been their answer for 2 years. There may be another way. Dumbledore hesitated. When Voldemort cast the killing curse at you as an infant, your mother's protection reflected it. The fragment in your scar was created by his curse, anchored by his magic. If he were to cast the killing curse at you again, the fragment would be destroyed, but I'd survive because of my mother's protection. Theoretically, yes. But it would require Voldemort to be restored to a body, and it would require you to willingly submit to his curse. Dumbledore shook his head. I mention it only as a last resort. The risks are enormous. Everything we're doing involves enormous risks. Harry studied the map. Let's focus on what we can control. The diary and locket are ready for destruction. The ring we can retrieve this summer. The diadem will require searching the room of requirement. I'd like your help with that. And the cup. The Lestrange vault presents unique challenges. Gringotts has been reluctant to grant access, even to the DMLE. I'm not the DMLE. I'm a client with significant deposits and a treaty relationship with the Goblin Nation. Harry smiled slightly. Ragnarok owes me a favor. Several, actually. It's time to call one in. The cup retrieval was scheduled for a Tuesday in early May. Harry arrived at Gringotts with a small team, Sirius, Arcturus, and Bill Weasley, a young cursebreaker who'd been recruited specifically for this operation. The Lestrange vault was one of the oldest in the bank, protected by layers of magic that had accumulated over centuries. The cart system won't take you all the way, Griphook explained as they descended into the depths. The oldest vaults predate the tracks. We'll have to walk the final stretch. Defenses? Substantial. The Lestranges were paranoid even by pure-blood standards. I've disabled what I can from our end, but there are traps keyed to blood and intent that only respond to someone with legitimate claim to the vault contents. Which none of us have. Which none of you have. Griphook's smile showed too many teeth. That's why we brought the Cursebreaker. Bill Weasley was perhaps 23, tall and rangy with long red hair tied back in a ponytail and a fawn earring that his mother apparently hated. He'd spent 3 years working the tombs in Egypt and had a reputation for solving problems that other Cursebreakers considered impossible. The blood-keyed wards are the priority, Bill said, studying the schematic Griphook had provided. If I can convince them that we have legitimate access, not actually have it, just convince them, the rest of the defenses should stand down. And if you can't convince them? Then things get interesting. Bill's grin suggested he was looking forward to that possibility. The walk to the Lestrange vault took 20 minutes through tunnels carved from living rock. The deeper they went, the more the air seemed to press against them, ancient magic, accumulated over centuries, resenting their intrusion. Finally, they reached a door of tarnished bronze, covered in symbols that writhed like living things. Here we go, Bill muttered, drawing his wand. What followed was an hour of careful, methodical work. Bill traced patterns in the air, speaking in languages Harry didn't recognize, teasing apart the layers of protection like a surgeon dissecting tissue. Twice, the defenses surged against him, twice, he redirected the energy with movements that looked almost like dance. Got it, he said finally, sweat dripping down his face. The blood wards think we're authorized visitors. We have maybe 10 minutes before they figure out we're not. The door swung open. The vault beyond was chaos. Gold and jewels piled haphazardly, cursed artifacts scattered among legitimate treasures, dark magic radiating from a dozen different sources. The cup, Harry said, scanning the room. Concentrate on finding the cup. They spread out, careful not to touch anything unnecessarily. Harry felt his scar prickle as he moved deeper into the vault. The Horcrux was here, somewhere, calling to the fragment inside him. There. Sirius pointed to a high shelf where a small golden cup sat among a pile of coins. That's it, I recognize the badger symbol. Hufflepuff's cup. Can you reach it? Not without triggering about 6 different proximity wards. Bill was already analyzing the magical fields around the shelf. Give me a minute. The minutes stretched to 3, then 5. Harry could feel the blood wards beginning to reassert themselves, pressing against Bill's deceptions. Time's running out. Almost, there. Bill made a final, precise gesture, and a clear path opened through the wards. Now or never. Sirius moved. His hand closed around the cup's handle just as the vault's defenses roared back to life. The door slammed shut. The walls began to close in. Move! Harry shouted, already sprinting for the exit. His magic surged outward, pushing against the closing walls, buying precious seconds. They hit the door together, Arcturus blasting it off its hinges with a wave of raw power. The bronze slab flew down the corridor, and they followed, running as the tunnel began to collapse behind them. They made it back to the cart platform with seconds to spare, diving aboard as the passage sealed itself with a grinding roar of stone. Well, Bill panted, sprawled across the cart floor, that was interesting. Harry looked at the cup in Sirius's hands. Another Horcrux retrieved. Another piece of Voldemort's soul ready for destruction. Let's not do it again anytime soon. The destruction of the first 3 Horcruxes was almost anticlimactic. They gathered in a ritual chamber deep beneath Gringotts, the diary, locket, and cup arranged in a triangle on a stone altar. Goblin cursebreakers ringed the room, their magic ready to contain any backlash. Harry held a vial of basilisk venom, concentrated, purified, potent enough to destroy anything it touched. Once you begin, Ragnarok warned, you must not stop. The soul fragments will resist. They will show you things, try to manipulate you, promise you anything to spare them. You must ignore it all. I understand. Do you? The fragment in the locket has had centuries to develop its defenses. The one in the diary was created by a teenage Tom Riddle at the height of his brilliance. They are not simple objects, they are pieces of a consciousness that will do anything to survive. Harry thought about the fragment in his own scar. The presence he'd felt lurking behind the door in his mind space. The cold voice that sometimes whispered to him in dreams. I understand, he repeated. Let's begin. The diary was first. When the venom touched the pages, the book screamed. Not a physical sound, something deeper, something that resonated in Harry's bones. Ink bled from the pages like black blood, and for a moment, he saw a face forming in the puddle, young, handsome, twisted with fury. You think you can destroy me? I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. I am. The venom ate through the last of the pages, and the face dissolved into nothing. The locket was worse. It opened on its own as Harry approached, revealing the fragment within, an eye, horrible and alive, staring at him with hatred and hunger. I know your fears, it whispered. I know the cupboard, the darkness, the hands that hurt you. I can make it all go away. Just let me in. Let me share your strength, and I'll give you power beyond imagining. Harry poured the venom onto the eye. The scream that followed shattered 3 of the containment wards, but the cursebreakers held. When the venom finished its work, the locket was just metal, beautiful, ancient, and utterly empty. The cup tried a different approach. Instead of threats or promises, it showed him images. His parents, alive and smiling. Sirius and Remus, young and unbroken. A world where Voldemort had never existed, where Harry had grown up loved and safe. It could be real, the cup whispered. I can make it real. Just spare me, and I'll rewrite history itself. History doesn't work that way. Harry's voice was steady. And even if it did, I wouldn't want a happiness built on lies. The venom struck, and the cup's voice cut off mid-promise. 3 Horcruxes, destroyed in less than an hour. 3 more to go. The ring was retrieved from a shack in Little Hangleton, hidden beneath floorboards that hadn't been disturbed in decades. Harry went alone for that one, partly because the defenses were keyed to blood and the Potter line had connections to the area, partly because he needed to see where Voldemort came from. The village was small and sad, its glory days long past. The shack itself was barely standing, its walls held together more by magic than by physics. Inside, the air smelled of rot and dark magic. The ring sat on a stone table, gleaming in the dim light. Unlike the other Horcruxes, it wasn't hidden or trapped. It was just, waiting. Put me on, it whispered as Harry approached. I can show you your family. Your parents, your grandparents, everyone you've lost. Just put me on, and they'll be here with you, the resurrection stone. Harry had done his research, he knew what the ring contained, what it promised. The temptation was real. The desire to see his parents, just once, to speak with them. No, he said. They're at peace. I won't drag them back. He destroyed the ring where it lay, basilisk venom eating through the gold until the stone cracked and the fragment within fled screaming into the void. 4 down. 2 to go. The diadem took longer to find. Harry and Dumbledore spent 3 weeks searching the Room of Requirement, navigating mountains of accumulated junk that generations of Hogwarts students had hidden there. It was tedious, frustrating work. The room seemed to shift and change around them, hiding things they'd already found, revealing things they'd never seen. Finally, in a corner buried under a pile of broken furniture, they found it. Ravenclaw's diadem, tarnished and dusty, but still beautiful. Still radiating the cold malevolence of the fragment within. Together, Dumbledore said. This one may fight harder than the others. They each held a vial of basilisk venom. When they poured simultaneously, the diadem shrieked with a voice like breaking glass. Fools! You think you've won? The Dark Lord will return. He will rise from the shadows and destroy everything you love. You cannot stop destiny, destiny is what we make of it, Harry said. The diadem crumbled to dust. That left only the fragment in Harry's scar. The goblins had finally perfected their extraction technique, a complex ritual involving blood magic, soul anchoring, and a level of precision that required their best cursebreakers working in perfect coordination. The process will be painful, Ragnarok warned. The fragment has been embedded in your magical core for 9 years. Removing it will feel like losing a piece of yourself. Because I am losing a piece of myself? In a sense. The fragment has been leaking into your system since the night you received the scar. Some of its memories, its abilities, its magical affinities, they've become part of you. When we remove it, you may find certain abilities diminished. Parseltongue, for instance. I can live without talking to snakes. The pain cannot be mitigated. Any numbing magic would interfere with the extraction. You will need to remain conscious and cooperating throughout, several hours, at minimum. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the beatings. About every moment of suffering he'd endured before Gringotts came to rescue him. I've handled pain before. The ritual began at midnight on the summer solstice. Harry lay on a stone table at the center of a goblin ritual circle, his body inscribed with runes in silver ink. 12 cursebreakers surrounded him, their magic linked in a web of impossible complexity. When the extraction started, he understood what Ragnarok had meant about pain. It wasn't like being hit or cut or burned. It was like having a piece of his mind torn away with hot iron, a violation so fundamental that his body didn't know how to process it. He screamed, his voice giving out after the first hour, reduced to hoarse gasps as the ritual continued. The fragment fought. Of course it did. It had been part of him for so long, had grown comfortable in its hiding place. It raged against the extraction, showing him visions of power and glory, threatening him with death and destruction. Without me, you're nothing, it hissed. I made you strong. I gave you the abilities that let you survive, you gave me nightmares and a connection to the monster who killed my parents. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. I'll find my own strength. You'll never defeat him. He's stronger than you could ever imagine, then I'll die trying. Better than living as your host. The fragment's screams mingled with his own as the goblins pulled it free. And then, suddenly, silence. Harry lay on the stone table, gasping, his head feeling strangely empty. The ever-present pressure behind his scar was gone. The cold whisper at the edge of his thoughts had vanished. For the first time in 9 years, he was alone in his own mind. It's done, Ragnarok said. The goblin looked exhausted, they all did. The fragment has been contained. It will be destroyed with the same method as the others. Harry tried to speak, couldn't, settled for a shaky thumbs up. Rest, Ragnarok continued. Your magic will need time to stabilize. The process may take days or weeks, there's no way to predict. Harry closed his eyes. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. The fragment from his scar extracted. Only Voldemort's main soul remained, and that was hiding somewhere in Albania, bodiless and weak, waiting for an opportunity to return. They would find it. They would destroy it. And then, finally, the threat would be over. Harry let himself drift into unconsciousness, too exhausted to dream. Recovery took 3 weeks. His magic fluctuated wildly at first, spells that should have been simple fizzling or exploding, abilities he'd taken for granted suddenly unreliable. The Parseltongue was gone, as Ragnarok had predicted. So was the intuitive understanding of dark magic that had helped him analyze Covenant artifacts. But other things remained, and some things were even stronger. His core felt cleaner, more purely his own. The occlumency barriers he'd spent years building were solid and uncompromised. And there was a clarity to his thinking that he hadn't realized was missing. You were carrying a parasite, Andromeda explained during one of her healing sessions. Your body was constantly fighting the foreign magic, even if you weren't aware of it. Now that it's gone, all that energy can go toward other things. I feel lighter. You should. That fragment was with you for 9 years, it had grown roots into your magical core that were almost as old as you are. She smiled gently. You're free of it now. Whatever you become from here on out, it will be entirely you. Harry thought about that as he continued his recovery. The boy who'd been pulled from a cupboard at 5 years old hadn't known anything about magic or prophecy or the destiny that awaited him. The young lord who'd spent 3 years building alliances and hunting Horcruxes had been shaped as much by Voldemort's fragment as by his own choices. Who would he be now? Without the connection, without the whispers, without the shadow of the Dark Lord constantly lurking in his mind? He was looking forward to finding out. The summer passed in a blur of recovery and preparation. Harry turned 9 at a celebration larger than any before. Word of the Horcrux destruction had spread through his alliance, and people wanted to celebrate the victory. Sirius got drunk and sang increasingly inappropriate songs. Dora demonstrated a new metamorphmagus trick that involved turning her nose into a pig's snout. Even Arcturus cracked something that might have been a smile. But beneath the celebration, everyone knew the work wasn't finished. Voldemort's main soul is still out there, Harry reminded them at a strategy meeting the week after his birthday. Bodiless, but not destroyed. He'll try to return, he has to. Without a body, his soul will eventually degrade. The Albania sightings have intensified, Amelia Bones reported. She'd been promoted to head of the DMLE after the purge of Covenant agents, and had become one of Harry's most trusted allies. Dark creatures gathering, strange magical phenomena. He's preparing something. Then we need to be prepared too. Harry looked around the table at his inner circle: Sirius, Arcturus, Andromeda, Amelia, Dumbledore, an unprecedented alliance of power and influence. When he makes his move, we need to be ready to end this permanently. How do we destroy a disembodied soul? Sirius asked. The Horcruxes were anchored in objects. Without that, the same magic that created his Horcruxes can be turned against him. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, or... Dumbledore hesitated. The killing curse, wielded by someone he's connected to. Me. Theoretically. The prophecy spoke of power the Dark Lord knew not. Your mother's protection, the connection you shared through the fragment, these gave you a unique position. But with the fragment removed, I'm not certain that advantage still exists. Then we find another way. Harry refused to accept that the solution was him playing sacrificial lamb. The Covenant's records, the ones we seized from the ritual site, they had research on soul magic. Destructive soul magic. If we can adapt it. You're talking about weaponizing their own techniques against them, Arcturus said. It's possible. But it would take time. Then we start now. Every advantage we can find, every weapon we can develop. When Voldemort makes his move, we'll be ready. The move came in October. Word reached Harry through the intelligence network he'd built: Voldemort had found a body. Not a true resurrection, something crude, something temporary, but enough to give him physical form and access to his magic. The body was Peter Pettigrew's. The traitor who'd betrayed Harry's parents had been hiding as a rat for years, eventually captured by Covenant agents who recognized his value. They'd offered him to Voldemort as a vessel, and the Dark Lord, desperate for any form, had accepted. Pettigrew is headed for Britain, Amelia reported at an emergency meeting. Our sources suggest he's targeting Hogwarts. The school? Sirius's face was dark. There are children there. And powerful magical artifacts. And the castle itself, a nexus of magical energy that's been accumulating for 1,000 years. Dumbledore's expression was grave. If Voldemort can tap into Hogwarts' power, he could accelerate his resurrection. Move from Pettigrew's body to something more permanent. We need to stop him before he reaches the castle, Harry said. Set up an intercept. Draw him out. And how do you propose to do that? Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, he came after me once. My blood, my mother's. Protection, that's what he needed for his resurrection the first time. If he thinks he can use me again. Absolutely not. Sirius was on his feet. You're not using yourself as bait. It's not about bait. It's about control. Harry met his godfather's eyes. Right now, we're reacting to his moves. If we can dictate where and when the confrontation happens, we have the advantage. And Voldemort's obsession with me is a weakness we can exploit. Harry's right. Arcturus's voice was cold and calculating. The Potter Black wards on the Blackmoor estate are some of the strongest in Britain. If we can draw him there, we can trap him, contain him long enough to finish this. And the risk to Harry? I'll be surrounded by the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain. Harry's voice was steady. I'll have every advantage we can possibly arrange. And I'll be fighting the monster who killed my parents. He paused. This is my choice, Sirius. Let me make it. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Fine. But I'm right beside you when it happens. I wouldn't have it any other way. They set the trap carefully. Word was leaked through channels they knew the Covenant monitored. Harry Potter Black would be at Blackmoor Manor on Halloween night, participating in a ritual to strengthen the family wards. He would be vulnerable during the ritual, his magic focused elsewhere. It was a lie, of course. The ritual was cover for the trap they were setting, layers of containment wards, magical dampeners, enough firepower to level a small army. Halloween arrived cold and clear, the Highland sky brilliant with stars. Harry stood in the courtyard of Blackmore Manor, waiting. The attack came at midnight. Voldemort, wearing Pettigrew's body like an ill-fitting suit, operated directly through the outer wards, the Covenant's stolen knowledge allowing him to bypass protections that should have been unbreachable. He wasn't alone, a dozen dark creatures flanked him, things of shadow and hunger that shrieked as they poured into the courtyard. The defenders engaged immediately. Sirius and Arcturus took the left flank, their combined magic tearing through the dark creatures like a scythe. Amelia and her aurors held the right. Dumbledore stood at the center, his magic blazing like a star. And Harry walked forward to meet Voldemort. "Potter." The voice coming from Pettigrew's mouth was high and cold, nothing like the traitor's own. "You've grown since we last met. You've shrunk. Possessing rats, hiding in Albania, borrowing other people's bodies, not very impressive for the most powerful Dark Lord of the age. I am diminished. Temporarily." Red eyes gleamed in Pettigrew's face. "But I will rise again. I have always risen again. Not this time." Harry raised his wand. "The Horcruxes are gone, Voldemort. All of them. The diary, the locket, the cup, the ring, the diadem, and the piece you left in my scar. You're just one soul now. Mortal. Killable." Something flickered in those red eyes. Surprise, maybe. Or fear. Impossible. My Horcruxes were protected, by magic I've spent 3 years learning to break. Harry's voice was steady. "You're not the only one who can study the dark arts, Tom. You're not even the best at it." The name struck like a blow. Voldemort's borrowed face twisted with rage. "You dare, I dare everything." Harry felt the containment ward snap into place around them, isolating the two of them from the battle raging nearby. "This ends tonight. One way or another." Voldemort attacked. The duel was everything Harry had trained for. Voldemort was weakened, Pettigrew's body couldn't channel his full power, and the loss of his Horcruxes had destabilized his magical core, but he was still one of the most dangerous wizards who had ever lived. His curses came fast and relentless, forcing Harry to dodge and shield and counterattack in a continuous flow. But Harry was faster. Younger. Stronger. And he was fighting for something more than survival. They exchanged spells in a deadly dance, cratering the courtyard stones, setting the air itself on fire. Harry felt the familiar rhythm of combat taking over, his goblin training, his studies, every duel he'd ever fought condensing into this single moment. "You can't win," Voldemort hissed, deflecting a cutting curse that would have taken his head. "I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself, you hid from death. You cheated it with pieces of your soul." Harry pressed his attack, driving Voldemort back. "That's not conquering. That's cowardice." The word hit harder than any curse. Voldemort's face, Pettigrew's face, contorted with fury. "I am not a coward." His magic surged, breaking through Harry's shields, lifting him off his feet and slamming him against the courtyard wall. Stars exploded behind Harry's eyes, and he tasted blood. "I have lived 100 lives while you were just a mewling infant. I have mastered magic you cannot imagine." Voldemort advanced, his wand leveled at Harry's chest. "And now I will finish what I started 9 years ago." "You mean fail spectacularly and lose your body again? Because that's what happened last time." The killing curse roared toward him. Harry rolled aside at the last possible instant, the green light scorching the stones where he'd been lying. He came up firing, 3 curses in rapid succession, cutting, bludgeoning, binding, forcing Voldemort to defend. The binding curse caught Voldemort's wand arm, wrapping magical chains around his wrist. Not enough to stop him, he was already breaking free, but enough to give Harry a crucial second. Harry reached into his robes and pulled out a vial. Not basilisk venom this time. Something the goblins had developed specifically for this moment. Liquid fiend fire. Contained, controlled, and absolutely devastating to anything it touched. He threw it. The vial shattered against Voldemort's chest, and the world exploded into hellfire. The screaming seemed to last forever. Harry watched from behind a hastily conjured shield as the fiend fire consumed everything, Pettigrew's body, the borrowed magic, the soul that had caused so much suffering. Voldemort tried to flee. Of course he did. He'd spent decades running from death, finding ways to cheat it, refusing to accept its inevitability. But the fiend fire was too fast, too hungry, and his soul was too weak after the destruction of his anchors. In the end, Tom Riddle died the way he'd always feared, alone, screaming, with no one to mourn him. When the flames finally died, there was nothing left but ash. Harry lowered his shield and stood in silence, looking at the scorch mark on the courtyard stones. Behind him, the battle was winding down, the dark creatures fleeing or destroyed, the defenders cheering their victory. But Harry didn't cheer. Didn't celebrate. He'd done what needed to be done. He'd ended the threat that had shaped his entire life. But there was no joy in it. Just exhaustion, and a strange emptiness where his purpose used to be. Harry. Sirius was there, his face streaked with blood and soot. It's over. You did it. Yeah. Harry's voice sounded strange to his own ears. I did. Sirius pulled him into a fierce hug, holding him the way he'd wanted to hold him for 9 years. And Harry let himself be held, let himself feel the reality of what had just happened. Voldemort was dead. Really, truly dead. The monster who'd killed his parents, who'd marked him as an equal, who'd haunted his dreams and shaped his destiny, gone forever. It was over. Now he just had to figure out what came next. The aftermath was chaos of a different kind. Word of Voldemort's death spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. The Daily Prophet ran special editions for 3 days straight. People wept in the streets, celebrated in the pubs, and whispered the name of the boy who lived again. Harry avoided most of it. He retreated to Blackmore Manor, surrounded by family and friends, and tried to process everything that had happened. The Covenant will continue to be a threat, Arcturus reminded him, 3 days after the battle. Voldemort was their tool, but he wasn't their only one. I know. But without him, they're weakened. We can take our time hunting down the rest. Harry stared out the window at the Highland landscape. I need a break, Arcturus. Not long, a few months. But I need time to figure out who I am when I'm not fighting. Understandable. The old wizard was quiet for a moment. You've done something remarkable, Harry. Something that will be remembered for centuries. Don't lose sight of that in the exhaustion of the moment. I won't. I just need. He trailed off, not sure how to finish. Rest. Peace. A chance to be a child, even if only for a little while. Something like that. Arcturus nodded. Take what time you need. The Alliance will hold. The enemies will wait. And when he left Harry alone with the stars and the silence. The memorial was held on a cold November morning. Harry stood before 2 graves in Godric's Hollow, graves he'd never visited before, despite knowing exactly where they were. He'd been waiting, he realized. Waiting for this moment. Waiting to tell them it was over. Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. His voice sounded small in the empty graveyard. I finished it. Voldemort is dead, really dead, this time. The Horcruxes are destroyed. The piece of him that was in my scar is gone. Harry touched his forehead, where the scar remained but no longer burned. I'm free of him now. And so are you. The wind rustled through the bare trees. I wish you could have seen it. All of it, the training, the battles, the alliances I built. I think you would have been proud. He paused. At least, I hope you would have. Sometimes I wonder if I've become something you wouldn't recognize. If the things I've had to do, his voice caught. I killed people. Not just Voldemort, but others, Covenant agents, Death Eaters, people who were trying to hurt the people I love. And I don't know if that makes me a hero or a monster or something in between. Silence. But I had to do it. The world doesn't give you clean choices. You have to do the best you can with what's in front of you, and sometimes that means doing terrible things for the right reasons. Harry wiped his eyes. I hope you understand. I hope you don't think less of me. The wind seemed to gentle, just slightly. I'm going to Hogwarts next year. Finally. Dumbledore offered me early admission, but I said no. I want to start with my year group, make friends, have something like a normal experience. Harry laughed wetly. As normal as it can be when you're lord of 2 ancient houses and you've killed the most feared Dark Lord in history, anyway. He placed 2 bouquets on the graves, lilies for his mother, roses for his father. I love you. I always will. And I'll make you proud, I promise. He turned and walked away, leaving the dead to their peace. At the gates of the graveyard, Sirius was waiting. Ready? Harry nodded. Yeah. I'm ready. The world's going to be different now. Quieter, maybe. Less dangerous. For a while. Harry fell into step beside his godfather. The Covenant is still out there. And there will always be new threats. But right now, for this moment, I think we can just breathe. I'll drink to that. Sirius threw an arm around Harry's shoulders. Come on. The family's waiting back at Blackmoor. Dora's threatening to turn her hair into actual fire again if we don't hurry. That's physically impossible. Tell that to the curtain she's already singed. Harry laughed, a real laugh, free of the weight he'd been carrying for years. Voldemort was dead. The Horcruxes were destroyed. The fragment was gone from his scar. And for the first time since a team of goblins had appeared in his aunt's kitchen, Harry Potter had the chance to just be a kid. He intended to make the most of it. Chapter 5 End.